Because on this day,
in 1956, Ian Curtis, guitars, vocals, Joy Division was born.
Very short life.
And then he
was only
died
23.
In 1980.
Died as by suicide. He'd been diagnosed with epilepsy a few months earlier. He was not a happy person in the long run. There's a quote from Ian Curtis on the web today, because I guess featuring him for his birthday. It says, "I used to work in a factory, and I was really happy because I could daydream all day long." It was an interesting. I saw a video of their first television appearance yesterday or the day before. I watched it, and they were remarkably self-assured. This was like in 1970 something. They were remarkably self-assured, not flashy, and really good. Really good. I'd never really seen any video of them playing, and they were playing live. You could tell they weren't lip-syncing. They weren't playing along to anything. They were very tight. Guitars, bass, Peter Hook on the bass. It was just excellent. They were just so good. They only did 2 albums, and then he died.
And then we got New Order.
And New Order came out of that, yeah. Which I also like New Order quite a bit, but Joy Division better. They were kind of a little...
Really?
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, Joy Division, they were a little raw, not quite as polished and synthesized, and, they were just a little more ragged and very, just authentic. I liked them a lot. And I like New Order, too. But I like Peter Hook. He did some solo stuff that I really liked. So She's Lost Control.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many artists who say, I was heavily influenced by Joy Division. People like David Bowie, Sex Pistols, Jim Morrison, Iggy Pop, Lou Reed, all of them mention Joy Division. Anyway, it makes me feel bad, kind of.
Well, sure. It's a loss at a young age. That's no good.
I like the other one that we were thinking about playing, maybe Atmosphere. That's one of my favorites.
It was too atmospheric.
It is very atmospheric.
I'll save this for a Zach Braff independent film.
Yeah, exactly.
When he's being depressed in a junkyard or something.
Depressed in a junkyard.
That guy's really a good drummer. Just unique.
That's what I'll save this for.
Gina is frozen.
Already?
Yeah,
already. I'm
frozen. I don't know. Is she frozen on the live feed too? I guess then.
I haven't checked the live feed. I'm just looking at our feed.
Reconnecting.
I haven't connected to our live feed yet. x96.com/live, where you can see us broadcasting live from our homes.
Or see us frozen. I don't know.
There, Gina's back now.
Better? Hi. I'll move around.
Right.
Maybe if I move more, I won't freeze. How about that?
Look, there's Gina right below me.
I don't think that's going to help, Gina.
I'll Stevie Wonder it all morning, and then I won't freeze.
As long as you can remain seated.
Speaking of Stevie Wonder, I saw something yesterday that said that's the 8th wonder of the world, Stevie Wonder.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 8th wonder of the world, Stevie Wonder.
How
was he introduced that way?
Somewhere
sure, why not?
He was.
Sure.
But lots of things are referred to as the 8th wonder of the world.
Andre the Giant was always referred to.
The 8th wonder of the world.
Yeah. So, but why don't they just add to wonders of the world? The 120th Wonder of the world, Andre the Giant. Why are they all just the eighth wonder?
Because
of the world?
because you don't want to water it down. There are 7 agreed upon wonders of the world, and then everybody's fighting to be the 8th wonder of the world. For instance, now me, I would say it's Kong. Kong, the 8th wonder of the world, King Kong. Yeah, no doubt about it.
Not Stevie Wonder.
No.
Not Stevie
Wonder.
Nicks, even though she sings about the 7 wonders.
No, not Andre the Giant. It's Kong, the 8th wonder.
Speaking of Kong, so Muhammad, for his summer reading, like summer assignments he's supposed to do for school, there were book assignments, but then his teacher, I thought was interesting, gave them some movie assignments. And one of the movie assignments was the original King Kong he's supposed to watch.
Good choice.
Yeah, isn't that cool?
Good choice.
That's cool.
Good choice. He'll learn about racism and the way they depict the islanders on Kong Island. He'll learn about dark.
And they did specify the one from the 30s, right?
Oh, yeah. It's
Okay.
the original.
He'll learn about the deep suppressed desires for white women and all of that. You know, it'll be great. He'll read all kinds of symbolism into it, I'm sure.
I was hoping we could watch the 70s one, because that's my, Jessica Lange and
Jessica Lange.
Jeff Bridges.
Jeff Bridges.
Kong. That's
I
my
just remember
Kong.
that being so horribly boring.
On top of the World Trade Center, as
Yeah.
opposed to the Empire State Building.
I just remember that movie dragging along. And
It's called Suspense, Bill. They were building suspense.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you've also got, oh, God.
Peter Jackson's.
I'm going to forget
And then
the actor's
Kong
name.
Island.
On
Mighty Joe Young. Is that where
Jack
you're going?
Black.
No, in the 70s, King Kong played the bad guy. Played the Jack Black character.
I'll look. Hold on.
Denning.
Damn it.
Denning. The character's name is Denning.
No. It's,
I'll get it. Give me 2
the actor's
seconds.
name. He's on Midnight
Charles
Run.
Grodin.
Charles Grodin. You get Charles Grodin in the 1977, and that's always worth it.
Yeah.
I like funny Charles Grodin, though.
Not bad guy Charles
I
Grodin.
don't like bad guy.
I was amused by Funny King Kong. And some of the comedies that he did later on.
Well, then you would like the Peter Jackson one, because there's a whimsical moment where
Yes,
Kong
there
is
is.
in Central Park and tries to kind of stand on the ice and fails.
Yeah. That's right. The only
Rene
thing I-
Auberginois is in.
Rene Auberginois is in everything in the 70s. You just have to look.
The only thing I had against Peter Jackson's King Kong really was that it was too long. He needed to cut that movie down quite a bit.
He was too in love with it. He was too in love with the subject matter.
Yep.
He needed an objective editor. As
A lot of
we've
people
learned
s-
from so many Sundance films.
Well, a lot of people say that about this show too. It
We
really
need an
is too
editor?
long. We need an objective editor.
I objectively edited this thing down from 11 to 10
You did.
again, so it's only 4 hours.
And that's too long. It really should be 3 hours. Most radio shows are 3 hours.
Most, professional radio talk shows are only 3 hours, and maybe we should think about that.
Mr. Hannity, he gets too sweaty if he goes 4 hours.
I read some research that just came out about people's radio usage during the COVID. And you remember how radio stations would always put their big thing that they wanted you to hear or see at 7:15, right in there, right? Well, they're saying now that 8:30 is the new 7:15.
Everyone's
People are sleeping in more.
Yeah, it's how they're using the radio differently because of the quarantines and everything.
Okay.
So
Well, I guess-
what I'm saying is we start the show at 7 from now on and go till 10.
Why don't
We
we
tried to do that.
Why don't we be even more unusual and start the show at 7:15 and go
do
till
that.
10?
the best.
7:15.
In the middle of an hour.
Yeah.
How about 7:05 right after the top of the hour news from ABC?
Gina, 7:15 is not the middle of the hour.
Well, it's
7:30
into
is the
hour.
middle of the 7:30 is the middle of the hour.
Okay.
7:15 is only into the quarter of an hour. That's why we have troubles on this show, is because we have to go by quarter hours, and you have trouble with that concept, I think.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Yeah. All right, we ought to officially begin the program, though.
Oh, we're already getting threatened. Don't you dare go to 3 hours. Hey, watch me. You don't know how I respond to that kind of criticism. You'll force me to do it.
877-602-9696. That's the number. You can call us right now. Prove that you want us to be on for 4 hours by checking in with us. We'll have a little Mill Creek coffee with you when you call in at 877-602-9696. If you go to x96.com /live, or you've got your KJQ mug, right?
At my X96.
Oh, X96 mug, yeah. Yes. This one is my Mill Creek coffee mug.
I like to keep mine hot, so I have it in a thermos.
I like a smaller mug than that. That's if you like a nice hefty mug, that's the perfect one.
This is a hefty mug, and to keep make sure the coffee stays hot, I only fill it just a little tiny bit. I only put a little bit in at a time. Anyway, 877-602-9696. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. If you don't, maybe we'll cut the show back to 3 hours. Don't make us do it.
Start
Don't
at
make
7.
us do it. Yeah,
We
877-602-9696. That's the number to call and check in with us on X96.
Manscaped.com. Now, the Manscaped trimmer is designed for down there, but it's actually just a damn fine trimmer for hair everywhere. If you'll notice, I clipped my wings a little this morning with the Manscaped trimmer.
It's good for chest hair, too.
Yes,
shave off that chest hair. Shave off that hair that's hanging around your twigs and berries down there.
You don't need any of it.
No, you don't need it. At least cut it down to a manageable, manageable amount. Now, if you order the Manscaped Perfect Package, you will find the trimmer, the great trimmer. You'll find some crop preserver in there. You'll also get crop reviver, and also you'll get a blade refill for your lawnmower trimmer delivered to your door every 3 months. For a limited time, you get 2 free gifts if you order the Shed travel bag and some Manscaped boxer briefs. So get 20% off and free shipping with the code X96 at manscaped.com.
The 2020 Radio from Hell International Film Festival is
Yeah, I enjoyed that class.
You did you?
Yeah.
Well, that's nice.
Well, you don't have to come to them.
Why would you think that I don't want to come?
Carrie, I have because I am one of the kings of sarcasm, I note sarcasm in your voice.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He had a great
I thought it was a
time.
grand waste of time. I'll be quite honest with you. All right? Because in those classes, there's maybe 5 kids who are actually interested in radio, and the rest of them are getting an easy credit.
Carrie.
So the first thing we do when we get to the class is we say, all right, first of all, who's here for an easy credit? And those people who raise their hand, leave. Go right now. We'll sign a form, whatever it takes. Just get out of here.
You would deny a college student an easy credit? What kind of a Grinch are you?
I'm not denying them an easy credit. If it were up to me, we would close down the college radio stations, but we don't. That's an easy credit. They can do that. While I'm there, I don't want to deal with people who just don't want to be there. That's why I don't speak to schools. That's why I hate that stuff.
Now, be honest. You don't speak to schools because you're not allowed.
There's that true. That's true.
Speak to schools.
See the basis of education. And by the way, the kids that want to be there, they just sit there like lumps anyway.
No, there were a couple of them in the back talking. One who arrived 20 minutes late, and then he sat in the back talking with his buddy.
Oh, I didn't see that. When he came in late, I almost said to him, why are you bothering? Why don't you just leave?
And he's sitting in the back talking with one of his friends, and I'm like,
You should have said something. I didn't notice that.
I didn't either.
I nearly did, but then he shut up because I started staring him down.
If you can just touch one child.
I don't need. Look,
I don't want him touching any children.
I don't.
Why he's not allowed? Well,
I don't need to understand education. I'm not trying to take away their breeze through their, college degree. I'm there for an hour. That's all. 5 students who are interested, that's great. Everybody else take off. We'll sit and have a chat with 5 people. I'll touch those 5. That's good.
All right.
Especially that Heidi from yesterday. She was really cute. But anyway.
See again why he's not allowed.
She was very interested in what we were
She
doing.
was.
She
She was
wanted
very
to
interested.
learn.
And I heard her on the radio, on the college radio station. She's very good. I think someday we'll be working with her.
Maybe not now that you said that.
no, I'm
Not as
I don't want to work with those guys.
not her partner Pickle, of course, but
It was Pickle and the turd bag. What was the other guy?
Pickle, Turd, and
Carl.
Heidi, I think is what it was. Oh yeah, Carl.
His name's Carl.
Apparently we made Carl cry.
Really?
Is what
Yeah,
I
I
was
heard
told.
he was laying on the floor of the break room.
So and again,
Crying.
if we can discourage someone from getting into radio, that's also
Your
we're
job is done.
Particularly you, Carl.
already. We started with Carl. He's done. He will not be in radio anymore. So mission
So
accomplished
some
at
good
Cedar
has
City.
happened.
Some good has happened.
And think of it this way too. Carl will go on to better things. He will be a professional clown that entertains at kids' parties. That's what he'll be good
the
at.
creepy clown with the Cro-Magnon brow is what he will be. It is 6:20 right now. Let's get this over with.
We do have some people on the line right now to check in with the Radio from Hell show at 877-602-9696. And but I think there's a line open. You could give us a call and check in and say hi and let us know that you're ready for the show and that you appreciate the fact that we give you a full 4 hours of Radio from Hell. Let us officially begin the show with a sponsor, Gina.
Yeah, it's Wing Wednesday at Diversion Eatery. Get 5 wings for $3.75 with your choice of buffalo, barbecue, garlic jalapeno, or chili sriracha. Located at 535 North 3rd West. See menu at diversioneatery.com.
We're getting close to having a new moon. It'll be July 20th. That's when the new moon will happen, and then it'll start moving toward full. We'll have the next full moon on August 3rd. Right now, the moon is waning. It is 26.7% of full. Yes, Carrie.
Gina, July 20th is Monday.
You won't let me. You won't. I'll ask, and you won't.
I'm just saying, remind me
Okay.
on Monday before the show starts. For New Moon on Monday by Duran Duran, because it'll be on Monday and it's a new moon.
When I said, anytime I say new moon, now when Gina says that Festus is joining the Navy, I don't think of the song In the Navy. But whenever I say there's going to be a new moon, for some reason I do think of new moon on Monday. Yeah. Right now the moon is 26.7% of full. It will set today at 4:29 p.m. Today being, what is it? It's Wednesday. It's the 15th day of July in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ 2020. And this is the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Carrie Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. The producer of the Radio from Hell show back in the studio You can see it at x96.com/live right now. Katie for short, and I believe we have Skip and Miriam in the producer's booth. It is National Cow Appreciation Day,
Oh, yes.
so go hug a cow. I don't
I
like
had
being
steak
around
last
cows.
night. I appreciated it.
Oh, well, good. I don't like being around cows because I like to eat them, but if I'm around them, they are mostly such docile, kind of dull animals with these big, sweet brown eyes. Mm-hmm. And I think we should just live your lives. just live your lives. They care for their young. They worry about their calves. Makes me feel bad sometimes.
Sure, you feel that way until one's barreling down on you at 20 miles an hour.
And then there's it's Be a Dork Day, so we'll have no problem with that. It's National Hot Dog Day, and science has determined, and we'll talk about this later, how many hot dogs one human being can eat at a time. How in one sitting, how science has determined. And also it's Tapioca Pudding Day. Do you remember the last time you had tapioca pudding?
No.
The last time I had good tapioca pudding was at Baba Afghan. That's how long.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because that place has been closed forever.
There is good tapioca pudding, but mostly it's not, and so why bother?
Mostly it's average, but when you can find a good handmade tapioca pudding, it's a wonderful thing. And then the last really good hot dog I had was when I was in California and we went to Pink's. Oh, man, that was good.
I should. I make those Argentinian style hot dogs, and they're always really, really good. You'd like them.
Let's go to Tristan checking in.
Hey, Tristan.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. How are you today?
How are you guys today?
We're fine. How about yourself?
I'm doing pretty well. I was thinking about going fishing again. Had some luck up at Manaway yesterday.
What were you using for a lure? What kind of lures were you using?
Well, shoot, we just stuck to the rubber worm Senko, wacky style. Caught about 5 largemouth.
One of them Senko wacky worms. Yeah, I know what you mean.
I never had luck with plastic worms. Never.
Yeah. You ever tried the woolly booger?
I do have one up in my fly box, but I've never put it on.
Well, the woolly bugger can be very useful in sometimes in stream fishing. And then
I might have to head up to the Weber.
Yeah, that's
My
a good
kid
idea.
yesterday was just saying he wanted to go fish for bass. Where's a good place to go?
California.
Manaway is my number
They have-
one recommendation. That's the only local water that I know they do tournaments at.
They have bass there, huh? Okay.
All right.
What is our bass
good ones.
good eating,
And,
Tristan? Are bass good eating?
My Uncle Shane swears that they're the best fish out there, so...
Uncle Shane would know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've only ever tried wipers, and they're pretty dang good breaded, I'd say.
Okay.
All right, Tristan.
See
I
ya.
also
Fisherman
was
Tristan.
wondering,
Okay,
I was
bye.
wondering when
What?
if
Yeah.
you guys are already open to come and... I won a tote bag back in February or March, but the sign on your door said you weren't open again till sometime towards the end of April.
Yeah,
Well, that
that's
was
been
pushed
pushed
back again too.
Yeah, I don't know what they're planning.
Well, we're still in orange, so
Yeah.
pay attention
Yeah.
to when those change. Nothing's going to change till our color code
and the
changes.
zip code where our studio is like one of the hot zip codes. So.
If it when it
that's
goes
what I
to
was
yellow in Salt Lake City, then I think they'll probably try and open the office up a little bit and my guess then for limited hours, but they'll open it up.
We'll see.
All
All right, Tristan. Thank you.
Good, I'll be listening.
All
See
right,
ya.
let's go to Donna.
Hello, Donna. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm doing well. My message is that I'm awake. I'm listening. Please stop threatening me.
Were we threatening you? I'm
Well,
sorry.
threatening the
we
we were threatening the 6 o'clock hour, not you personally, but I can
Yes,
see
the
where you'd
6
see
o'clock hour
it.
needs you.
Oh no,
This
Donna.
person needs you at the 6 o'clock hour.
Donna, I pictured you in my mind specifically.
Yeah,
when
this will
I
get
said it.
Donna.
Yes, it was a target. I knew it.
Yeah.
So, yes, we're here. We're listening.
Why do you
Okay,
get up so
we'll
early,
stay.
Donna?
I work early. I work at the hospital, so I just pulled up.
Okay. All right. Well, have a good day, and thanks for doing what you do.
You too. Have a great day. Appreciate you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you,
Thanks, Donna.
Devin texting in, I hereby state my desire for a 4-hour show daily. It's a habit that cannot be broken. I had a hard time with 5 hours. Devin, so did we. All right.
That's why we went back.
You know, it was amazing how really when we went back to doing 4 hours. It really hit home how hard it was doing the 5 hours. Mm-hmm. It was very hard. Yeah.
All right. Let's, traffic, Gina. Let's do that, shall we?
Well, we could if we had some. So you need to give me some. Why don't you give me some? Text me traffic 33986, and I'll pass it along. Because as far as I can tell on the UDOT cameras, everything seems to be moving smoothly. So let me know if you see something not moving smoothly. That's traffic.
All right, 6:28 right now. We will take a break. We will be back with not only big boy news in our next break, but also things that must go, all in the same break. Stand by for that, okay? You care about the air. Fascinating tips on that website about how to help keep the air clean here in Utah.
This is not an exciting announcement when I say, hey, it's ozone season, everybody. Ozone season. You can go to ucair.org and find out how to take some action to help reduce the amount of ozone in our air. It's bad stuff. It's really bad stuff. And it's pretty invisible. It's not like the winter inversions. The summer ozone, you don't see it as much, but it's bad. During inversion season, you have to wait days and sometimes weeks for Mother Nature to help blow the air out. In the ozone season, the chemistry, the heat, they form ozone every day, usually late in the afternoon, and so you can do things to help clear the air every day. Fuel or mow your lawn later in the evening, drive less, carpool. There are many things you can do to help. For more information on what to do, go to ucare.org.
I'm a bad mom, I can tell you about real quick.
Really?
Well, we know you're a bad mom, but go ahead, tell us.
Quickly, we're at Gray Whale. You can come by and see us, Gray Whale, up by the U. Get your...
Come and get a first-hand look at a really bad mother.
Yeah, I'm right here. So last night was Country Fair at Festus's school. Now, Country Fair is not like chickens and cows and
Like you would.
pies.
Yeah, that's why they call it a country fair, because it has nothing to do with that.
No, it's a country fair.
Oh, it's okay. So it's not a country fair. It's a country
It's a
fair.
country fair.
Australia.
Yeah. Yeah.
What country did Festus have?
He had Iraq.
Oh,
Of course
good.
he did.
And so yesterday,
Is that because they knew his father's a terrorist?
no, he has a brother
Oh.
who's serving in Iraq.
Oh, that's okay.
He's been there forever. I wish he'd come back. But yesterday, after school, Festus said, well, everybody said they're bringing food. As you know, you have the display board with all your information, and everybody's bringing food from their various countries.
It would have been nice, honey, if you'd let me know that
Right.
before, 12 hours before school.
So I look around the house, and I see that,
Did you have some hummus or anything?
well, the mother-in-law had just come back from Egypt, and she brought this big container of baked goods from this Egyptian bakery, and the container had Arabic all over it, and they were Egyptian pastries. I'm like, that's close.
Wait a minute. If you were to
Close?
say that to your husband,
Well,
your
so-
Egyptian
well,
husband?
He's out of town, I'm guessing.
So that's close, and there's Arabic on it. So you set that on the table, and it'll look
Yeah.
It'll fool 'em.
authentic.
Yeah.
So we go to the country fair and
The country fair.
the country fair, and come back, and Joe stayed with the little kids at home while I took Festus to the country fair, and Joe said, "What happened to the?"
The pastries
The
that I was so looking
pastries.
forward to eating.
And I said, "Well, he didn't have any food for his display, and so we took those." And I thought because it had Arabic on it that it would look. And he said, "The Arabic that they speak in Egypt is not the same as in Iraq. It's like
Really?
that would be like if you took,
Yeah.
pastries from
Let's take some
Spain
French pastries to a
and-
Mexico
Yeah.
country. Yeah.
Oh, I'm like, oh, they didn't know. Nobody knew. It's Arabic. They don't know what.
Did they not know?
Nobody said anything.
Nobody
Of course
said
they
it.
didn't
No.
know. Yeah.
Was he angry at you? Did he get angry?
A little bit. It's like
Dr.
my
Sam
mother-
wants to talk about anger today.
It's like my mother brought these all the way back from Egypt for
me.
me.
Did people eat them at the
They
fair?
did. They were gone.
Were they delicious?
They were really good. 'Cause
You
they-
don't know. You didn't try
No,
them.
I did.
Okay.
Before anybody else touched them, because then they've got germs on them. So I unwrapped them and tried
Oh,
one.
you have problems with germs?
Yeah.
Oh, like my friend Lindsay. That would be good for you next time we're on. We'll talk about germs.
Germs?
Oh, yeah,
don't
she's...
know.
Do you wear slippers at home? Or
Yes.
will your feet touch the carpet?
No.
No. She won't walk
Oh.
She won't walk barefoot in a hotel room.
Really?
No.
No. How? And if you're out and about and you need to go to the toilet,
I try to wait.
Difficult.
till you get home.
Mm-hmm.
Difficult.
Unbelievable.
And she's one of these people who opens the door to the bathroom with her elbow.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
Flush with
The
your
whole
foot.
thing.
I'm no fool.
Do you use a straw when you're drinking at a restaurant?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, she's bad.
James!
We're going to have a show on obsessive
no.
Let's do
compulsive
it.
That's
disorder,
not
I think.
obsessive compulsive. It's
Ah,
being
he's-
cautious.
It's
That's
Dr.
different.
Sam. You
Cautious?
yeah. You can argue with Dr. Sam.
Cautious.
I don't think you're going to argue with Dr. Sam. .634, and it is time now. Well, we got things that must go coming up here in a few moments, but first, Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by.
The Salt Lake Downtown Farmers Market is now open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Pioneer Park, recognized as an essential grocery service and economic lifeline for local farmers and producers. Learn more at slcfarmersmarket.org.
This just in. After studying the polls, seeing the results, careful research, Kanye West has dropped out of the presidential race.
Man.
Latest poll showed him garnering about 0.2% of the vote. Wasn't quite enough for Kanye to. He said, but I don't think my candidacy is very viable.
I think what they did was they said, look, here's what you have to do to run for president. You have to form a committee. And he went, no, that's too much. I
don't want to do that.
You mean I can't just tweet?
The billionaire rap icon who announced his entry into the presidential arena in a July 4th tweet told election strategist Steve Kramer that he was out of the race. Kramer was one of the campaign staffers that was hired by West to help get his name on the ballot in Florida, South Carolina, and other states, according to New York Magazine. Last week, according to Kramer, Mr. West's team was working over the weekend, formalizing the FEC and other things that they have got to do when you've got a lot of corporate lawyers involved. We had overwhelming support to get him on the ballot, Kramer said. But Kanye said, no, I know which way the wind is blowing, he said, and it isn't in my direction. This is good news if you have HBO Max or plan on getting it. Saturday Night Live star Michael Che is going to get his own sketch show on HBO Max. The streaming service has ordered a 6-part untitled series from the comedian. Lorne Michaels will produce. Each episode of the show will follow a theme or incident such as police brutality, unemployment, and romance, and use sketches and vignettes to illustrate what it feels like to experience this from a black vantage point. The streamer said that the streamer meaning HBO Max said the show was less about being right and more about being honest, even at the risk of being controversial. The project is at this point untitled. There's no suggestion that Michael Che is going to leave Saturday Night Live to do this project, but it is surprising that the show is being made for Warner Media's HBO Max rather than NBC's Universal, their own streaming service, the Peacock.
If I understood correctly, I could be completely wrong, but Peacock was going to be more family-friendly.
Yeah, I don't know.
Where HBO Max was not necessarily.
Che has been in the news over the last few months after it was revealed that he covered the rent for all of the tenants living in the same public housing complex as his grandmother, who died in April of coronavirus. His stand-up material from his 2016 Netflix special also resurfaced during the Black Lives Matter protests, with Che telling Seth Meyers that he finds it bittersweet that bit keeps popping back up. But he says, I'm excited to be working on the show with HBO Max. It's a project that I've been thinking about for a while. He's an interesting fellow. I'd like to see this. He's a very smart, I think, and he seems to be like a really sweet guy in a lot of ways. You know what I mean? Just a very, he feels things deeply, and he loves Colin Jost. Mm-hmm. And Colin Jost is everywhere right now.
Yeah, he wrote a book.
Yeah, called I Have a Punchable Face or something like that. The Most Punchable Face.
Which is a perfect title.
It is, and you know, he says, no, I'm serious about that. People have often told me, I'd like to punch you in the face. And why? Was it? I don't know. I guess I just look like somebody who needs to be punched. And he has that. He does have that. He's not, but he has a look of smugness about him.
Well, he's got that frat boy, good look kind of, you know, but I don't think he is any of that.
No, I don't think so either. But
I don't know enough about it.
Way.
Yeah,
Scarlett Johansson likes him.
Yeah, even though he doesn't, it must cut her lips up to kiss him all the time. He has no upper lip. It's just
she more than makes up for the lips in that relationship.
The Trump administration has, this is what totalitarian dictator regimes do.
I want to emphasize that when Bill says that, he's not exaggerating.
No.
All right.
This is what they do. They try to control all the information. The Trump administration has ordered hospitals to bypass the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and send all COVID-19 patient information to a central database in Washington, beginning today.
This should make you nervous.
The move has alarmed health experts who fear that the data will be politicized. I don't think they should fear that the data will be politicized. They should know.
They should count on it, yeah.
That it will be politicized or withheld from the public. The new instructions were posted recently on a little notice document of the Department of Health and Human Services website. From now on, the Department of Health and Human Services, which is a government agency controlled by whatever administration is in power, not the CDC, will collect daily reports about the patients that each hospital is treating, the number of available beds and ventilators, and other information vital to tracking the pandemic so that they can control it. That's their aim, is to control that information. Officials say the change
Now, do the hospitals have to comply with this? Or can they just release information to who they wish? I mean, I'm just asking. I don't know.
No, I think there are federal regulations which say, you know, if the federal guideline is this, you have to follow it. News of the change came as a shock to the CDC, according to two officials who spoke on condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to discuss the matter. Michael R. Caputo, a Health and Human Services spokesman, called the CDC's system inadequate and said the two systems would be linked. The CDC would continue to make data public.
Let's talk to Dr. Dunn about this when she calls in at 9:30.
With the surge in San Juan County, 10 more coronavirus deaths have been reported in Utah in Tuesday, the largest single-day rise in COVID-19 fatalities since the beginning of the pandemic. 6 of the deaths reported Tuesday were residents of San Juan County, which has had the highest per capita case rate in the state since May. 3 residents were residents of long-term care facility in Blanding. They died on Saturday after at least 50 cases of the virus were confirmed among the faculty's residents and the faculty's staff. The 3 San Juan County health deaths not tied to their nursing home were related to delayed reporting, with each one from May, June, and July, respectively. Native Americans have experienced a higher mortality rate from the coronavirus than any other racial or ethnic group, and the majority of San Juan County cases have been concentrated on the Navajo Nation. according to the state's coronavirus database. The overall case rate for the Navajo Nation has been in decline since May, however, while the surrounding states of Arizona and Utah have experienced a rise in cases. But the Alpine School District has voted to have kids return to the classroom with masks. In the 2021 school year, members of the board voted 6-1 in favor of the plan. After listening to public comment from hundreds of parents, the plan will have students attend school Monday through Friday on a modified schedule, which subtracts 1 hour from the end of the school day. There's also an option for parents to have their children stay online at home if they prefer. It's really important that we allow parents to make that choice, said board member Scott Carlson. Their back-to-school plan in the Canyon School District. They want to reopen and return to in-person learning. In the Canyon District's proposed plans to reopen, it includes 3 different options that would be available to families to choose from for the fall school semester. The first option would provide a completely in-person learning experience that would be as similar as possible to what students are used to. The second provides a 100% online platform where students will be taught remotely through their school within the district. And finally, a third option would allow parents to homeschool their children using a curriculum provided by the parents.
I mean, this is the way to do it is give people a choice in what they're comfortable with. But the thing that scared me was the people in the Alpine District said, well, that's fine, but I'm sending my kid to school without a mask.
Anyway, I don't care what you say. I'm sending them without, yeah.
Then if you feel that way about it, then keep your kid home.
After witnessing an alarming spike in coronavirus cases, top leaders of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints here in Utah amped up their support for masks Friday by asking all members of the Beehive State to be good citizens by wearing face mask coverings while in public. This message came from the Utah Area Presidency, the 3-member presidency led by General Authority 70 Craig C. Christiansen, said a growing chorus of medical experts has repeatedly reaffirmed that wearing a mask in public when social distancing is not possible will significantly reduce the spread of COVID-19. This is true both indoors and outdoors, said the church leaders. They also thanked those Latter-day Saints who have donned masks when returning to worship service. But the letter that they put out didn't call for government officials to require that Utahns put on face coverings, a plea that many healthcare authorities have invoked.
I'm glad that these church presidents said this. That's terrific. But we need the actual church presidency to step up and be leaders and tell their followers, you need to be wearing a mask.
Well, they need to tell the governor. Governor, well, you need to tell everybody.
The governor will get the letter in the Ward newsletter, and then he'll go,
Governor?
Oh, I didn't realize. I guess we need to do this.
Well, I'm the governor of the state, but President Nelson says we should wear masks. So okay, everybody, put them on. Come on.
I recognize that.
Somebody tell somebody to do something.
Ghislaine Maxwell was made an appearance remotely, a bail hearing yesterday, so her attorney, Mark Cohen, began by describing the inhuman conditions that his multimillionaire client, friend to princes and presidents, has suffered in jail. She is suffering so much, Your Honor.
Dear.
In no acknowledgement of multiple survivors of childhood sexual abuse, of her decades-long involvement with the late pedophile and sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, just the lawyer Cohen writing a bullet train to the really important stuff like she's all alone in her room, lights on all the time. She wasn't allowed a shower for 72 hours. I mean, really, what good is jail time without fancy pajamas and a shower, huh? You know, and a mask that you can wear. But she doesn't look like she's going to get bail. They talked about, the government lawyers talked about what a flight risk she would be. They talked about how she was hiding out in New Hampshire, and they said when when we raided the place she was staying, we found a cell phone wrapped up in tinfoil because she thought that would protect her from being being able to
Did
track
she have a
her.
hat too?
Yeah.
Tinfoil hat.
Oh, that's great.
And finally,
the internet never disappoints.
Finally, this story. Physically speaking, researchers conclude that it would be unlikely that anyone could ever top the amount of 83 hot dogs eaten by a single person in one sitting. The current world record is 74. It's a bar set by perennial competitive eating champion Joey Chestnut, but this theoretical 84 hot dog limit is inviting many, many questions. What are the limitations? Just how much food can a human stomach possibly hold? Or is it a chewing and swallowing thing? I mean, if we could just unhinge our jaws like pythons, would the number of hot dogs you can swallow go up? But there is a study that has answers that says we think that the limit is 84 hot dogs. It's not good for you, they say. 74 hot dogs is roughly equivalent to 21,000 calories.
Jesus, how much sodium too?
Oh man! but they say we think that maybe Joey Chestnut could eat 84 hot dogs. He hasn't done it yet, but maybe
Someday.
Yeah,
Someday.
It's something to shoot for.
Well, there's your sports, Gina. Sorry.
That's okay. That's all we have time for. So
weather, traffic.
Yeah, we're creeping back up there. Yesterday actually kind of felt cool, which is weird, even though it was in the upper 80s.
Yeah.
Today will be 91, and we do still have that bad air we've been dealing with because it's hot and nothing's moving it around. So for some tips on helping out with our ozone layer and your involvement in making the air worse, go to x96.com. We've got that UCare program going on. You can get some tips there on what you can do to help. Traffic, we've got a crash westbound Park Lane at US 89 in Farmington. The westbound left lanes are closed. Eastbound right lane blocked. So that's causing some slowage there. But it's the only accident I'm seeing. If you see something, you can always text it to us, 33986. Cash for Clunkers is back at National. They've been allocated funds to give you additional $3,500 in trade value for your current vehicle, no matter its condition. National in Murray, Sandy, and American Fork.
All right. Things that must go, brought to you by
Drive better, drive the speed limit, 0 fatalities.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
These are things that are bugging you, our friends of the program, things that you just can't stand anymore. If you have to endure them one more day, you're going to go bat-ass crazy. And so you write them down and in an email. Send them to radiofromhell@x96.com, and hopefully, if we read them on the air, these things that you can't stand anymore, they may go from your lives, or at the very least, it'll soothe your soul to have them aired in public. I'll go first. I have a couple of my own today. First of all, the voicemail from the pharmacy, which says, hi, this is the such and such pharmacy, and the your order is ready for pickup. Please come and pick up the medications that you have requested. If you've already picked up your order, please disregard this message. What? Couldn't that? Of course I'll. Why don't you say, if you've already picked up your order, we're sorry for the intrusion, or but just disregard this. Pretend it never happened, okay? And then the other must go of my own is I was. It doesn't matter where I was, but there was a guy on a scooter, an electric scooter, and I think it was his own scooter. It wasn't one of the rentals because it looked nice and it was fast. And he had a little kid on it with him, standing in front of him. Neither of them wearing masks or helmets.
Or masks, probably.
Or masks, for that matter. And he's speeding around with that kid on there, and then he stops and the kid gets off, and his wife comes out, and his wife has a babe, a toddler. And she hands the toddler to him, and he has the toddler under his arm and takes off on the scooter again. Please, you're endanger your own stupid life, but not your children's. This one, Bill, no need to say my name. Thanks for being awesome. Being able to hear another person's eyes blinking must go.
What?
I don't. When the
Wow.
dish scrub.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jeez, that's some Daredevil level hearing. Okay.
When the dish scrub is at the bottom of the sink buried by dirty dishes. When you follow someone on Instagram, suggest another account so you follow them, and all they do is reshare other people's posts. Choosing an item at the store because it's a coupon, has a coupon seal to it, and then when you get home and the coupon is still on it and not applied to the purchase. Faucets on a sink that are set too far back or don't have a long enough neck to reach the middle of the sink. Most of the water from washing your hands goes behind the faucet and all over the counter.
Yes.
And when you trim your hair in the shower and don't rinse them all off and don't realize it until you're rubbing lotion on your legs and you get exfoliated by the hair you've been trying to shave off. And then this one, feel free to use my name. My thing that must go are grocery store remodels during the middle of a pandemic. I would love to know who the asshat in charge is at the Bountiful Smith's Marketplace that thought this was a good idea. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the right idea right now to just get in and out of the store in a timely manner than wandering around looking for items you need and taking twice as long as necessary? And don't get me started on the employees who are wearing masks under their noses, or even worse, under their chins. Thank you for letting me vent. Needless to say, drinking shall begin even earlier than normal today. Stay safe and healthy and keep up the good work. Becky. Gina?
This one is from Festus. When telling people he's joined the Navy, the first thing they do is say, "In the Navy." Just
He has
stop.
to get some more original friends.
Let's see. Hi, Lords. Please feel free to use my name. I moved to St. George about 2 years ago. My thing that must go are tourists who think because they're on vacation, they don't need to follow social guidelines. I work in a grocery store, and tourists come into the store with their entire family, kids running all over the place, touching all the products, licking the glass on the cases, standing in large groups in the aisles. Of course they don't wear masks because they're on vacation, from the virus. Our hiking trails used to be fairly litter-free. Now there's trash left all over the trails, and they don't pick up after their dogs. I see license plates in the parking lot from Arizona, Nevada, and California. States requiring masks and social distancing, but would anyone try to distance themselves from us? I don't know why they do this. Please help people realize that going on a vacation doesn't mean you're on vacation from wearing a mask or staying 6 feet from others. I understand people are tired of being in their homes, but that doesn't mean that our tourist areas are a free-for-all. Thanks for letting me bitch. Sherry. Then we've got this one. Things that must go. People throwing fits about having to wear masks and complaining about kids needing to go back to normal. Second, demanding teachers go back to school because said parents aren't competent enough to teach their children at home. I don't know that it's being competent enough, but yeah, don't put your teachers at risk. Let's keep the kids home. Let's see, that's from Brittany. Carrie?
All right, so let's start with this one from Tony, my thing that must go. Those adverts on Snapchat or Instagram for app/games where you pull a pin, games that mislead you to a lame match 4 game. Those stupid warnings such as not actual gameplay or multiple modes available are not enough. They need to be out of the Play Store. Also, as a Eurovision fan since 2011, I could make a more than 25 list of things that must go from the Netflix Eurovision Song Contest movie The Story of Fire saga, but I will limit it to one. It is the lack of more than one person speaking with a Scottish accent when the story sets the contest in Edinburgh. There's just one South Asian man in the airport taxi stand that spoke with that accent. There should be more bloody Scots and be seen and heard. Lastly, getting sunburned while floating on the Weber River on Independence Day must go. Tony. This one from Pathetic Grump. Well, I said don't use my name. My list of things that must go are the guy that grunts loudly at the gym. Sir, you're using too much weight and it makes you sound awful and weak. Stop it. Co-workers saying hello every single time we pass each other down the hall.
Hello.
I just saw you a second ago. We don't need to do this every time. Simple nod will be just fine, or you can ignore me completely. I don't give a, Do the chin. Just do the extended chin. Hey,
Sir.
hey, like that. My short memory must go, and the fact that I can't be trusted with valuable things or information. I place them so well that I can't find anything unless remember what happened to them. This will end my marriage. It's been a good run, honey. And what's up with weed not being legal? Cigarettes kill, and that's legal. I get blazed every night and supported so many local businesses with my munchies. I'm a decent person. And no, weed didn't destroy my memory. My brain was shrinking before I started that, so don't even. I love you all. Pathetic grump.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
Traffic, Gina.
Yeah, lots of people texting in now about this incident, a rollover crash southbound I-15 just south of the 2500 North exit. Lots of people saying, what's going on around Beck Street? I see incident management vehicles. Everything's, yeah. Traffic isn't moving. Bountiful, North Salt Lake. This is all true. There was a rollover there, and you're all stuck in it. Sorry, but thanks for texting in and letting all of us know what's going on. If you see something or want to update us and what it's like being stuck in traffic there, you can always text it to us, 33986.
All right, coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, of course, Boners Round 1, and Dr. Cobble will be here at 7:45. So in about 45 minutes, you can call in and talk to a doctor about COVID. You can ask him about masks and
sending kids to school.
All of that, all of your questions. He can take them on here at 7:45. Stand by for that. Oh, the Red Cliff Lodge. I love the Red Cliffs Lodge.
They're open down in Moab, redcliffslodge.com. We talked to Colin Fryer yesterday, and he said things are beautiful down in that area, and they've got some great rates. Now, the Red Cliffs Lodge is plenty of wide open space and private room entrances, and they've got cabins, individual cabins, this big long row of cabins right on the banks of the Colorado River.
That's what I recommend if you're going down. Those cabins are terrific.
You got your own private little patio behind it. It's so nice.
Mm-hmm. And they have kitchenettes so that you can cook your own food, not have to go out to restaurants. And you can just cook and sit on the patio and watch the Colorado River roll by and look at the beautiful Red Cliffs. But the restaurant and the bar are open and spread out at the Red Cliffs Lodge. They have a giant patio, full menu available for takeout, so you can just take it out and then drive it back to your cabin. For very special pricing, visit redcliffslodge.com or call 435-459-2002 for special rates.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lonely confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the entire galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders!
Today, we join our missionaries as they land on a remote planet called Triskelion.
Hey, Lehi, ever wonder where Zone Leader Hansen finds planets no one has ever heard of to send us to?
Well, I'm sure these folks just call the 1-800 Subspace Channel and request visits by missionaries.
Well, we've been on Triskelion for over a minute now, and no one's made an attempt on our lives. I'd say so far so good.
Well, these are the agreed-upon coordinates. We were supposed to wait here for them to contact us.
What the flip?
Hey, where are we now?
You are in a cavern miles below the surface of Triskelion.
Looky, Butch, disembodied brains. Who are you guys?
We are the providers. 200 quatlus for the tall one. 300 quatlus for the tall one.
Excuse me, providers. I'm Lehi Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
500 quatlus for Elder Jensen.
As I was saying, we represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
600 quatlus for Elder Jensen.
We was wondering if you had heard of our church and if you'd like to hear more.
700 quatloos for Elder Jensen, and I'll let you have the fat one for free.
Hey, wait just a minute. Missionaries come in pairs. You can't split us up. We are a package deal.
Okay. 800 quatloos for both of the Mormons. That's my final offer.
Did we just get sold to that glowing brain under the glass doodad over there?
That's what it sounded like. We'd better get to the bottom of this.
Excuse me. It's me over here, Lehi.
You know, the fat one.
But you're not helping.
Sorry.
If you brains are done talking amongst yourselves, we'd just like to talk to you about joining our faith.
Silence! You are now a drill thrall. You will fight in the arena for our amusement until you are dead.
I don't like the looks of this.
Come on, don't be such a wussy. We have these big stick thingies to defend ourselves with, and our opponent is a scantily clad woman with big breasts. Come on, lady, take your best shot. Ow! Hey, I wasn't ready. Try that again, I dare you. Ow!
Hey, that's gonna leave a mark. Hey, provider guys, care to make a new wager?
300 quatloos on the missionaries. 400 quatloos on the scantily clad woman with big breasts.
How would you like to wager your eternal souls?
Make this good, or we will teleport you onto the surface of Triskelion Sun.
Okay, here's the deal. If we win, we get to go free, and you donate 1,000 quatloos to the LDS Church Missionary Program. We lose, and we will remain drill thralls and fight for your amusement.
I don't know. That's a lot of quatloos.
Well, you chicken?
You have a wager. You two against all of the other drill thralls.
Oh, well, it was nice knowing you, Lehi.
Don't sweat it, Butch. I got a plan. Is this the end of Butch and Lehi? Will they spend the rest of their very short lives as drill thralls? Can quatloos be used to pay tithing? How exactly would you baptize a disembodied brain anyway? Tune in next time to hear Lehi say, "Put down your stick, Butch, and follow my lead."
Well, but we couldn't take a prissy girl thrall, and you think we can take on all them without weapons?
Trust me. Excuse me, drill thralls. I'm Elder Christiansen of the LDS Church. My companion, Elder Jensen,
Hi.
and I were wondering if you'd like to learn more about the Mormon Church.
Hey, where's everybody going?
Foul! You cheated! I demand a rematch!
On the next eye-gouging episode of Space Elders.
Hey, 7:05 right now, and we got, well, big boy news coming up along with round one of your boners. Stand by for that. We're also broadcasting from our homes. If you go to x96.com/live, you can see us sitting on our respective basements and bunkers.
Hello.
And, that'll continue until further notice.
Don't forget the Radio from Hell Film Festival. We should mention that. Still available there for you to watch the films at x96.com. And you can vote on your favorites. And one of the filmmakers will win, I think it's a $500 prize based on your votes. You are the ones who decide this year in our online international film festival.
And I know it's tough to get Americans to give their opinions. You know, it's like pulling teeth, I know, especially in an anonymous context. But we need you to go online and vote for the films in the film festival.
Now, we were trying to decide what to do in this break, and Gina left, so she was not part of the discussion.
Oh,
she was
sorry.
out of the room for a moment. But I
do
have...
What were you doing?
I do push-ups and lunges. When
Do
we
you
have-
really?
Sure you do.
I did.
Turn
sure
the
you
camera
do.
next time. Turn the
I'm
camera.
No, I go in the other room. No, when so what happens when we go to commercial?
What, do you lunge for a Pop-Tart? Is that what you're doing?
When we go to commercial, Katie tells us how long we have, and if it's like 3 minutes or under, then that's one thing. But if we have a longer break, that's where I go do push-ups and lunges.
You can get in your important workout in 4 minutes.
You got your stretchy
It's
pants
something.
on?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You got your stretchy pants on?
So
There we
you're
go.
pushing up and lunging for a Pop-Tart.
No.
Do you reward yourself with a Pop-Tart?
No. Why does a Pop-Tart have to be involved in all of this?
He just thinks
I
you're
don't
reward.
know.
He thinks you're reward based in your training.
That's what. Yeah.
No, I just feel. Do not get me wrong. I don't do nearly enough exercise at all ever.
Gina, we know that you don't do nearly enough of anything.
Let me get your exercise workout music. Here we go. There we go. There you go.
Yeah.
The
That
baby
gets me
elephant
going.
lunge.
Lunge. Okay, let's switch legs.
And the
Lunge.
it's hard because here's how you know I'm really doing it. Most of my house is hardwood floors, and it's kind of hard to lunge on hardwood floors. But I have one area rug in one area, so I do like back and forth 3 lunges back and forth on the carpet in this little piece of carpet that I have. But Joe and I have been talking about like getting maybe some exercise equipment for home, since who knows when a gym will be a thing you'll want to go to anymore. So we want to get some free weights and a treadmill and a couple things like that to put in the basement. So
Oh, I was going to say, because those free weights, they do really a good number on your hardwood floors. I'll tell you that.
there's carpet down in the basement.
Rather than have music, I like the Baby Elephant Walk. But if you could find Robert Preston doing "Go You Chicken Fat Go," that might be good to do as well.
Why aren't you just why aren't you saying that's great that you're trying to do something and move around?
Hey,
a
Gina,
little
it's
bit?
great that you're trying to do something. Okay? How's that? Gina, it's great that you're trying to do something.
Thank you. That's all I wanted.
Okay. I don't even care what it is, as long as it's something. Try to do, every morning at least try to do something, okay?
So I wasn't part of the discussion on what we were doing in this
Well, I had
break,
a
so
list.
what do we do?
I did have a list. I had your choice of list. They're both good. One is the worst foods to eat on a road trip, and a lot of people are taking road trips, so this would be good information.
Mhm.
And the other one, employers are sharing the worst things they've ever seen on job applications. And those are pretty amazing. So
Now, see,
take your pick.
I read the food list, and I was like, okay. But now I'm curious about the job list.
All right.
But I'll let Gina decide.
Yeah, let's do the job list.
All right.
All right.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
So this is simply employers sharing, and I believe it was on Reddit, the worst things that they've ever seen on job applications. Here are some of the best responses. In the criminal history section, the applicant checked yes, and then simply wrote RONG, wrong place, wrong time.
Oh, that's all you need to know.
Yeah, wrong place, wrong time.
And he spelled it RONG both times.
Yeah. Here's, I had a chef once apply with, quote, good at helping my coworkers thieve while the restaurant is at its busiest. Why would you put that on a restaurant? Here's, I received a resume that was just their high school football accomplishments. No other experience was written down. There was even a link to a highlight video and a headshot of him wearing his football pads in high school, and this person was 24 years old.
And you thought the guy who peaked in high school thing was a myth.
Yeah.
Nope. Right there.
I had someone bring in a resume that was scrawled out on a notebook. a piece of notebook paper ripped out of a spiral-bound notebook. Let's see. This is a kid shows other people his work and makes up a degree. He got caught after not being able to answer basic questions about the field of his supposed degree expertise. An applicant had been convicted of theft for a theft of under $1,000. One special skill he wrote on the application was money handling. What are your computer skills? Copy and paste. Very good.
There you go.
Very good at that.
I can do that, yeah.
Here's a man who wrote that he had served 6 years in prison for the murder of his wife's lover. He then finished by saying that he and his wife were back together.
Oh, that's nice. It's a happy ending.
Yeah. Here's a person who applied for a job and went in the reference section. He had a reference from someone simply known as Cheese.
Was an impeccable source, Cheese.
Get a hold of Cheese. Cheese will vouch for me. So those are some of the best ones.
That's my man Cheese.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, it's traffic, Gina.
Rollover crash southbound I-15 in Salt Lake near the 2300 North exit. It's affecting drivers coming out of Davis County into downtown Salt Lake. 2 right lanes in the shoulder are blocked. Traffic back to Center Street in North Salt Lake. Lots of friends of the program being affected by that, but that's the only accident I'm seeing this morning. If you see something you want to share, you can always text it to us, 33986.
All right.
Boners Round 1 coming up. Here are the titles you will be considering. Number 1, I Have No Hate in My Heart. Number 2, It's the Beer That Comes with a Clan Hood. And number 3, That Can Isn't the Only Thing That's Full of Beans.
All right. There you go. We got round 1 of your boners. Big boy news all coming up after these. Stand by. X96.
Broadway Media and Victor's Tires want
There's bad blood here, Mayor Becker.
I can see that.
Yeah.
Mayor,
you know what? You know what it is? I'm hurt.
It's bad blood
I'm
here.
hurt.
The worst thing you can do is when you accept a gift from a woman, not use it.
When I'm visiting with her.
Yeah,
Yes,
especially.
exactly.
Yeah.
Hell hath no fury like a Barbary scorned.
I went all the way to Dillard's and bought you a tie.
All the way to Dillard's.
All the way to Dillard's and bought you a tie.
That's a good, mile, too, from your house, right?
I know what deep trouble is, and here I am. And, but I do want you to know, I have been wearing your tie regularly and proudly and advertising where I got it.
See this? See this?
Yeah.
Gina Barbera.
Is it getting deeper?
Easy to say.
Now, Mayor Becker, our producer, Richie, says he sent, I thought he had called you, but apparently he sent an email to your office saying, you may want to wear the tie when you come to say. See, you didn't get
Mayor
it.
Becker going, I have an email address? What the?
Ralph Becker. Now, we should say that Gina bought him a tie because you were tired of seeing him wear
This tie, the tie he's wearing right now. Because every time I got a mailer from you while you were campaigning, different pictures, but same tie. And I was concerned that people were going to think you only had one tie. I was worried about you.
You want to know how to get her, Mayor Becker? You want to know how to get her?
Yeah,
Look at her very seriously and say, this tie was given to me by my dead mother.
Something like that.
Or
the thing is that this is a Jerry Garcia tie, and I don't think my mother knows Jerry Garcia, or knew him.
Who was that nice Garcia fellow who lived down the street? He used to sell us squash.
Mayor Becker, great. How's it going? I mean, are you enjoying being the mayor?
Made the transition and everything?
I'm having a great time. I've got great people around me working. The city's been so responsive. Everyone's jumping in to do things we need to do. So I'm feeling great.
I want to applaud you, by the way, for taking a bold stance and making what I think is one of the most significant moves I've ever seen a mayor make, and that is get rid of that ugly logo that Rocky Anderson had and go back to the traditional city logo. I'm actually serious.
Bill really likes that logo.
I like the traditional logo, that mountainy kind of, that was a dumb logo for Salt Lake.
It's the important issues Bill pays attention to.
Well, I realize these are symbols of the city, so there is importance there. It was really just a matter of personal preference, and as I mentioned when someone asked me about it, he said, "Why'd you do it?" And I said, "Well, someone came to us and said you need to pick a logo for the city, and we'll develop one for you." And I said, "Well, I don't want to spend city's money to get a new logo." So we looked back at what was available. Really liked that one of the city county building. Thought it was very distinguished, and
it's kind of formal looking And I think it represents you. I mean, you're a planner kind of a guy who likes detail, and that logo somehow says to me it's, I don't know how to say what I'm saying here.
I got you.
It's a very. It looks like it was done by an engineer, or something.
Well, I don't know. I think it looks good, and obviously represents the city. So.
All right, 7:18 right now. It's time for round one of your boners. Let's go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it's not boner of the day yet. It'll go up against the winner of round 2's voting. Yes, we do this again at 8:20. 3 more, 3 different candidates. We get a winner there as well. We take both of those winners, and we put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day with boner fights. Right now, you got to pick your champion for round 1. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Well, much like Tristan this morning, who was concerned about when he could come pick up his prize. We don't know. I don't know. But someday you will get a Radio from Hell boner t-shirt. Katie's showing you right now.
Here's boner candidate number 1. I have no hate in my heart. Viacom CBS is ending its long-running relationship with Nick Cannon after he made anti-Semitic comments on his podcast. In the June 30th episode of Cannon's Class, the actor and TV host interviewed Professor Griff, a rapper who was part of Public Enemy before leaving the group after making anti-Semitic remarks. On the podcast, Cannon said that black people are the true Hebrews and talked about anti-Semitic conspiracy theories involving the Rothschild family.
So he's crazy.
It's never hate speech. You can't be anti-Semitic when we are the Semitic people, Cannon said. When we are the same people who they want to be. That's our birthright. We are the true Hebrews.
Huh?
A Viacom CBS spokesperson released a statement to Variety saying that the company's relationship with Cannon is now terminated. Viacom CBS condemns bigotry of any kind. We categorically denounce all forms of anti-Semitism. We have spoken with Nick Cannon about the episode. On Monday, Cannon said on Twitter and Facebook that he has, quote, no hate in my heart, nor malice intentions, and doesn't condone hate speech. He also said he holds himself accountable for this moment and takes responsibility for his actions. But then he started tweeting messages of support from fans. He has no hate in his heart. Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. It's the beer that comes with a Klan hood. This is a hard one to figure out. You really should see the picture. I think we probably have it at x96.com/live. A Swedish beer designed to denounce the ails of racism and bigotry is facing backlash due to the packaging appearing to reflect the hood worn by Ku Klux Klan members.
Oh.
The beer, Yellow Belly Imperial Stout, a beer sold at various stores and restaurants across the country, has been pulled from the shelves of World of Beer, a bar in Hartford, Connecticut. A customer wrote a scathing post on Facebook about the restaurant selling the beer, and by Monday the beer was pulled. The customer wrote a review on Facebook. I literally thought it was someone posting in support of the KKK, and I was perplexed and wondering who would do such a thing. Presenting this packaging to any customer, let alone a black customer, is insensitive at best, or just downright racist. World of Beer responded, we're sorry, we're taking the beer off. Now, Omnipolo, based in Stockholm, Sweden, oh, it's the Swedes, there you go, has brewed this beer since 2014 in partnership with Buxton Brewery. The company, founded by brewer Heinrich Fenty, uses beer and other merchandise to express political and social views on matters such as racism. The description of this beer, now, it's a big bottle, and it's in a white wrapper that's twisted at the top, and then the wrapper has like 2 eye holes,
It
and
looks
it's just
like
pure
a Klan
white.
hood.
And
That's
then it says
exactly what it
Yellow
looks
Belly.
like.
Yeah, it looks like a Klan hood.
It does not give you any indication that it is anti-Klan.
Now, what they're trying to say is Yellow Belly, a cowardly person, is the kind of person who hides behind Klans members who hid behind the hoods. They're trying to make
lost
on. Yeah, it's a nuanced statement by a beer company. So there's a double boner here. The company who brewed and produced and packaged this beer, and then this place in Connecticut who thought, "Oh yeah, let's put this beer out. This will be good. We'll sell it here at World of Beer." No, not a good idea. Boner candidate
World of Beer.
Boner candidate number 2. It's the beer that comes with a Klan hood. Well, that's the one thing they did right, Gina. If you have beers from around the world, you should call it World of Beer. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. You know, that can isn't the only thing that's full of beans.
All right, boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated stores. Moochie's is offering free delivery or pickup within designated areas. Call your local Moochie's to order.
Do we want a new Bush album?
Sure.
No. No. I'm so off Gavin these days.
Gavin Rossdale.
There was an interview with him a couple days ago I read, where he talked about being misunderstood during his divorce with Gwen. Everybody was on Team Gwen, and nobody was on Team Gavin. You slept with the nanny, Gavin. There's no other side there.
She drove me to it. Gwen drove me to it.
Sleeping with the nanny, sorry, that's on you.
The nanny, it was the nanny's fault. The nanny... Bush will play a live-streamed concert this weekend to celebrate the release of their upcoming album, The Kingdom. It's a free online event described in a press release as a full-production virtual arena show. It will be this Saturday, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, via bushofficial.com. And for every copy of The Kingdom sold during live stream, 50 cents will be donated to the voting registration nonprofit When We All Vote.
Corey says that Rolling Stone magazine gave the new Bush album 1.5 stars.
Johnny Depp's bodyguard testified that he helped cover up that Amber Heard allegedly cut off the actor's right finger in a fight, or cut off the actor's finger in a fight, or it says severed the actor's finger. On Tuesday, Malcolm Connolly spoke at a London courtroom as part of Depp's ongoing libel case against the News Group newspapers. parent company of The Sun, which published a 2018 article calling Depp a wife-beater. The bodyguard addressed a previous allegation that Heard put a cigarette out on Johnny Depp's face and threw a bottle at him that severed his finger during a fight in Australia. Heard's attorney previously shot down the claim, saying this allegation is absurd, offensive, and categorically untrue, but the bodyguard apparently corroborates it. He testified that he fabricated a story at the time to explain the injury, claiming that Depp told him, "She just cut my finger off," before going to the hospital. The usual victim pattern is to protect the abuser. For some reason, the psychological bullying, they fit the same criteria. They never come forward with the information, the bodyguard said, adding he had devised a story that the Pirates of the Caribbean actor cut his digit in a door, cut it off in a door, rather than Amber. He said, no, but he told me she did it. Moderna, the pharmaceutical company Moderna has come up with a COVID-19 vaccine in partnership with the National Institute of Health that has been found to induce immune responses in all of the volunteers who received it in a phase 1 study. Now, these results, published in the New England Journal of Medicine, showed that the vaccine worked to trigger an immune response with mild side effects: fatigue, chills, headache, muscle pain at the injection site, becoming the first U.S. vaccine candidate to publish results in a peer-reviewed medical journal. Now, don't get too excited here.
Yeah.
This was a study of only 45 different subjects.
But it's promising. It's moving on to the next phase.
It's moving on to a larger phase 3 trial. Moderna noted in a press release on Tuesday that if all goes well in future studies, the company remains on track to be able to deliver approximately 500 million doses per year and possibly up to 1 billion doses per year beginning in 2021. In the phase 1 study, the goal was to look at safety and then look at immune responses. We thought the immune responses looked promising, but we don't know whether the levels we're seeing would actually protect against the infection. It's hard to know that until you actually do an efficacy trial. We're laying the groundwork for that trial. A Roy girl is recovering from injuries at Primary Children's Hospital after a truck hit her and then dragged her some 120 feet down a busy road. Now the family is sharing a heartfelt message to the driver. In looking at pictures of Autumn Carlson, it's pretty clear it's a miracle she's alive. This little girl is stronger than anyone could imagine, said Kimberly Carlson, Autumn's mom. The 5-year-old has quite the fight in her as she surprises everybody with her recovery. She had ridden her bicycle to her elementary school down the street on July 6th for a grab-and-go lunch because she wanted to get some chocolate milk. She rode back down the sidewalk, and Kimberly explained that Autumn and a Ford F-350 came up to an intersection at the same time. Autumn went to cross. The truck drove forward to turn. Trent Owens was the first person to see the truck driving down the street with something underneath. So he didn't even see. So apparently he didn't even see because he was high up and didn't even see her. At first, somebody thought there was a garbage bag under there, and then the guy said, "That's a bike." The truck drove forward another 20 feet, then backed up, and there was a kid under there. He said we were terrified that she was dead, but she was alive, and she made some noises and moved her head. She went to the hospital, and she's recovering.
Man.
Yeah. But the family is saying it was an accident. We don't have any malice. And the driver is beside himself, with grief about the whole thing. Centerville residents, trailer park there. This is so there's a mobile home park in Centerville, and looks like 44 families might be displaced by a townhome development planned for the land where the park now sits. And these people will lose their homes in the middle of a pandemic. Residents at the mobile home park have begun organizing to try and save their homes from development, but we all know how that will go, don't we? They've spoken out at government meetings, conferred with attorneys about their options, and on Monday they protested outside of Centerville office of CW Land Company, the developer of the planned townhome development, with signs, and they made two demands. They want CW Land Company to walk away from the land deal, which is not yet final, and if the company won't, they want to be fairly compensated for their property.
Well, of course they should be. That's the least they could do.
Many of the residents there are older and live on fixed incomes. The mobile home residents lack full protections under state property rights because they own the trailer, which once you own the trailer and live in it for a while, it's a piece of junk according to anybody. I mean, it may be still a very nice trailer, but it's a piece of junk according to the bank. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
they don't own the land that it's on. So they don't have much bargaining power. And they're afraid they're all going to lose their homes. And it'll be interesting to see if anyone has a heart or a sense of human kindness and decency in this story. It will be very interesting to see. So President Trump was asked why black Americans are killed by police so much.
Do you have
And
this,
he
Carrie,
said-
by any chance? that
No,
we can hear it?
I was kind of on news blackout yesterday. I didn't catch a lot of this.
Now, Trump said the killing of George Floyd was terrible, but he bristled when asked by a CBS News reporter why black Americans are still dying at the hands of the law enforcement industry in this country. Well, so are white people. So are the white people. What a terrible question. So are white people, Trump told CBS senior investigative reporter Catherine Herridge. More white people, by the way, more white people are killed by police than black
Tell
people.
me again how he's not a race. Somebody, please.
Tell
with
me
a
again
straight
how he's
face,
not a
tell
moron.
me again.
Tell me again how he's not a moron.
Well-
Yes, more white people are killed by police than black people because there are more white people.
But let's look at
Proportionately.
that. Let's look at that bigger question, though. Should people be dying in police custody? That's the bigger question. I don't care. People at all, should they be dying in police custody? No.
He was also asked about the Confederate flag and statues of Confederate officials. He said, listen, I believe that the Confederate flag is fine. It's a matter of free speech, really. All I say is freedom of speech. It's very simple. My attitude is freedom of speech. Very strong views on the Confederate flag. With me, it's freedom of speech. Very simple. Like it, don't like it. It's freedom of speech, he said.
Our president is a racist and doesn't hide it.
They want to kill our cows. That means you're next.
It's freedom of speech, whether it's freedom of speech, whether it's Confederate flags or Black Lives Matter or anything else you want to talk about.
Will not be tolerated any longer.
And finally this, a woman who was filming a documentary about sharks was bitten by a shark on her day off.
On her day off.
On her day off. She took a day off from filming all of this stuff about sharks, went for a swim, damn shark bit her.
She
There's
says
just
she
no
still likes
justice in the
sharks.
world.
Yep. As she was carried away, she said, I still like sharks.
She did. All right.
Damn it, Martin! This is compressed air. Well, what the hell kind of a knot was that? You pulled the wrong one. You screw around with these tanks and they're gonna blow up.
Yeah, that's real fine, expensive gear you brought out here, Mr. Hooper. 'Cause I don't know what that bastard shark's gonna do with it. It might eat it, I suppose. Seen one eat a rocking chair one time.
Yep.
And
Where was the rocking chair?
And as a matter of fact, the shark did eat it.
Weather traffic.
Yesterday was a little cool, actually, which tells you how hot it's been when it's cool at 89. Today, slightly warmer, 91 for high and sunny. We do still have that bad air, so try to limit your driving and go to x96.com. You can read some more tips from our You Care program telling you how you can help, be part of the solution. Traffic, we've got big delays, I-15 southbound in Davis County. Traffic is a parking lot approaching Center Street, North Salt Lake to 2300 North. This is due to a rollover crash that's blocking 2 right lanes and both shoulders. You're going to want to use US 89 or I-215 West Belt if you have to get downtown, because this is going to be an issue for a while, it looks like. During the month of July, Scott Hale's offering a $29 AC tune-up. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Here's boner candidate number 3. That can isn't the only thing that's full of beans. Ivanka Trump weighed in on the Goya Foods controversy Tuesday, publicly backing the brand in a now viral social media post which violates all ethical rules of behavior in the White House.
Yep.
After liberals called for a boycott of the canned bean producer, the first daughter and senior advisor to President Trump tweeted a photo of herself holding up a can of black beans with the caption, "If it's Goya, it's got to be good. Si es Goya, tiene que ser bueno," she added in Spanish. The food brand has faced backlash, supported by Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and other Latino leaders, after CEO Robert Unanue praised the president last week. "We are truly blessed at the same time to have a leader like President Trump, who is a builder," he said in an event at the Rose Garden at the White House, where the president signed an executive order on the White House Hispanic Prosperity Initiative. Fierce criticism and threats of a boycott ensued on Twitter, with the users reminding Unanue of Trump's history of controversial comments, calling Mexican undocumented immigrants rapists and murderers.
Day one. Yep.
Now, this guy who's the head of Goya Foods, it's a family-owned business, by the way. It's not a public company. It's a huge company, and it is a staple in Hispanic households throughout the United States and Mexico. And also I would point out that Goya Foods has donated tons of food to relief efforts. So they're not horrible people, but because the CEO of the company said, "We're sure lucky to have President Trump," there's been a backlash. But Ivanka, she's going to make up for it by holding up a can of beans and saying, "Goya, if it's Goya, it's got to be good."
Which is a violation of the Hatch Act, by the way. And could you imagine if any of the other presidential daughters, specifically Democratic, did that? I imagine Tucker Carlson would have a heyday with that.
Yeah, like if one of Barack Obama's girls endorsed one of the vaping pens that she was always... boner candidate number 3. You know, that can isn't the only thing that's full of beans.
All right. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, I have no hate in my heart. Nick Cannon dropped by Viacom-CBS after making anti-Semitic remarks on his podcast. Boner candidate number 2, it's the beer that comes with a Klan hood. It's a beer that was intended to denounce racism, but in a really backward way. And
too subtle.
Yeah, it's too subtle, and plus the company, the place in America that decided to distribute that beer should have thought better of it as well. And boner candidate number 3, you know, that can isn't the only thing that's full of beans.
All right, we're going to vote for round 1 of your boners right now, but be ready to call in as soon as these commercials are over with your questions for Dr. Cobble. All right? Real live doctor on the phone. You can talk to him and ask any of those conspiratorial questions that you may have, any misinformation you want cleared up. He's your guy. So call in and ask questions of Dr. Cobble as soon as we award round 1 of your boners. We got to do that right now. Let's vote. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win of this round, that is. Put that number, that single digit is all we need in the message of a text. Text that to 33986. Or you can call Miriam in the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. She's taking your voice vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting July 15, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. Now, again, this is round 1 of your boner voting. This sends this candidate forward. It's not boner of the day yet. Round 2 happens at 8:20. We'll do this again. We'll get another winner, 3 different candidates. And then we'll send both of them forward to Boner Fight for 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. Right now, you got to pick your champion of round 1 and then call with your questions for Dr. Cobble. Here we go. This is round 1.
Are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear
Okay,
these. I want you to,
okay, wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
medical expert Gina Barberi. Listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe...
Some believe. People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of them.
All right. All right, then.
Are there any,
I want you take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies,
Carrie?
Studies?
Studies
Herbalist,
say,
herbalist.
according to this midwife
and a
midwife
study,
and herbalist,
a study could be, you know,
Okay.
I've studied things, and that's a
it
study.
takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically, said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here.
Okay.
The symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath, like it was totally like, I could just like feel like it was clear. It was
Couldn't
like
possibly
amazing.
be that you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh my
That you were
God,
sold.
you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms, like Melinda Dratchell, also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started
And
talking.
they kept the
taking them.
cougars away, and they kept...
Rachel Talley midwife and herbalist, charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much
and
does she
that's what it's
charge?
worth. And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge? I'm
That's
curious.
what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there, okay? Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah.
It's 7:47 right now, and time to award round one of your boners.
And it's brought to you in part by I Just Had a Handful of Nuts. I don't know where Bill went. And it's Wing Wednesday at Diversion Eatery. Get 5 wings for $3.75 with your choice of buffalo, barbecue, garlic, jalapeno, or chili sriracha. Located at 535 North 3rd West. See menu at diversioneatery.com.
All right.
So we had boner candidate number 1. I have no hate in my heart. Nick Cannon making anti-Semitic remarks and trying to say that he's not anti-Semitic. How can he be? He has no hate in his heart. Boner candidate number 2, it's the beer that comes with a Klan hood. Beer intended to denounce racism, blasted for likeness to KKK hoods. And boner candidate number 3, you know that can isn't the only thing that's full of beans. Ivanka Trump backing Goya Foods on Twitter after liberals call for a boycott of Goya Foods. She's holding up a can of Goya beans saying, if it's Goya, it must be good.
And I don't think she's ever had any Goya beans is the other thing. I bet she's never eaten those.
You don't think she's a bean eater?
I don't think the entire administration was aware of Goya beans at all. Yeah.
They're delightful beans, I must say.
Oh, sure they
They're
are.
delightful beans.
But, you
They
know.
are. I'm a beanist. I like beans. But the winner, let's see, Madeline won a boner T-shirt, and the winner, boner candidate number 3, the can isn't the only thing that's full of beans.
All right, there you go. That is the winner of round 1. It now goes forward to boner fight. Might be boner of the day. We'll see. Round 2 coming up at 8:20 with 3 different candidates. Get a winner there. We'll take them both and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens, and that's when you'll decide boner of the day. All right, 877-602-9696. I told you that's the phone number to call to talk to Dr. Cobble.
Dr. Michael Cobble is with us again. He's been a stalwart here on the Radio from Hell show once a week. And are you back in town, Dr. Cobble?
Yeah, we got back yesterday. Thank you.
Did you have a good trip?
It was long. It was long driving, but it was great. Yeah, it was nice to see grandparents.
Let's see. Do we have any calls yet at 877-602-9696? Well, let me start with a question of my own, which is a terrible question to ask, but is this coronavirus pandemic the end of the human race, Dr. Cobble?
Well, it's certainly Dante's COVID Inferno, and I have to apologize to Gina because she's been saying for the last month that humans should not be circulating, and she was correct that when left to their own devices, humans will take the lesser road.
Oh, yeah.
Sure seems like it, doesn't
Count
it?
on it.
Yeah, the last month has been terrible, amazing. It's taking us almost 2 weeks to get tests back now.
Wow.
That's why it's kind of hard to really grasp where we are today, because when, like today at 1 o'clock, Health Department releases the new numbers every day at 1 o'clock. And you think, wow, that's the numbers from today. It's really the numbers from 10 days ago, right, Dr. Cobble?
Yeah, it's getting that way. We've had to change back to LabCorp because Quest is 2 weeks out, but Quest was out 2 days a couple of weeks ago, and then they were out 7 days last week, and now they're out 14 days. So we've had to move back to LabCorp Commercial Lab. But yeah, you're correct. What they're reporting is from 10 days ago.
Is that just because they're overwhelmed with so many tests?
I think that maybe some of their processing labs have gone down, and a lot of labs we do here through the commercial labs are being sent to the Midwest or back other places, and I think they're overwhelmed with all the tests they're getting from Texas and Florida and the Midwest. And I don't think it's here. We're doing about the same number of tests we've been doing for the last 2.5 months.
Well, and what's hard is if it takes that long to get your results back, hopefully you're quarantining just in case. But my guess is a lot of people just say, well, I'll wait until I know whether I have it or not, and then I'll quarantine. So then they're out spreading around before they know.
Yeah, I think it just comes down to what we've been saying since late March is wash your hands, don't touch your face, and wear a mask. And if you did those things, if you wear a mask and you don't touch your face and you wash your hands, you're going to limit your exposure, especially if you're staying 6 to 10 feet away from other people.
Well, you talk about March there, and I remember when it all. See, I have a better short-term memory than most people. I remember when March happened, and we were all freaking out, and this is when we started doing our show from home and all of that. The numbers were nowhere near what they are now, and now we're talking about opening schools and going to movies. It's like we don't remember March.
I don't remember. Was that March of this year? I'm sure.
Yeah.
March was.
Can you talk about the concept? And I think Gina was. She said talked about spreading the disease. The concept of what a silent spreader of COVID-19 is.
Well, again, about 25% of people are asymptomatic with this, so I guess they could be a silent spreader. They don't have symptoms, and they can go 5 to 10 days before they develop even mild symptoms. Again, the flu, about 15% of people are asymptomatic, and they go 1 or 2 days before they develop symptoms. So this particular virus is quite silent. The typical person will spread it to 2 or 3 people, but if you're a super spreader, you can give it to 20 or 30 people in a day. And those are the dangerous people that go to a bar and they don't know they have it, and they give it to 30 or 40 people at the bar, and then those 40 people spread it to 2 people per person per day for the next week or 10 days, and then you've got 1,000 people that have the virus in a week.
That's all it takes. Let's go to Rick. Rick is on the phone. Go ahead, Rick.
Hey, Dr. Cowell, how you doing?
I'm great, thank you.
Hey, so my wife and I have both tested positive. She's been pretty sick. My question is, my son is 22, lives here with us. He was born with a genetic blood disorder and had a spleen removed when he was 2 years old. I'm wondering if he gets this, which is likely because he's here at home, how that might affect him.
Yeah, that's tough because the immune system in children is quite a bit different. If he's had his spleen removed, which carries a lot of the white blood cells, kids have a T cell antibody response and a B cell. B cells really make the antibodies to infections. I think that if he's, a lot of people live without their spleen. When I used to do a lot of trauma, motorcycles, car accidents, etc., would come in, we'd take their spleen out, and we'd just give them a pneumonia shot every 5 to 10 years, and they didn't seem to be more prone to viral infections. But I think the key with him is just make sure he's got a healthy diet and a healthy environment. And when was your infection? How long ago?
I received a positive test yesterday. My wife on Saturday. She's been pretty sick. I've got some symptoms, but it hasn't been.
Yeah, I think
too
if
bad.
your son's at home with you, and how old is he?
He's 23.
Oh, 23 years old.
Yeah.
Well, he's old enough to take care of himself. I think if he limits his exposure to you guys and you all wear masks and he's washing his hands every time he touches something, the key thing is anything you guys touch, if you've touched your face, you're infecting it. So as long as you don't touch your face and he doesn't touch his face and you wash your hands 6 to 10 to 20 times a day, I think his chance of catching it from you is pretty low unless you guys are sitting in the same room for extended periods of time. I'd limit any room exposure.
But if he does get it, though, that I guess that he doesn't, that his spleen's been removed when he was younger is not going to be a big factor as far as being a worst case for him or more serious.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think, the people that get seriously sick from this tend to be over 40. There are some people under 40 that can get quite sick from this, but I think the key is that having a spleen removed does not appear to be an extended risk factor. But again, we're learning more and more from this virus every week. But I think the key is just limit your exposure to him. And he doesn't want to catch this. I can guarantee you nobody wants to catch this virus. I know a lot of people say they do, but I just visited with one of my patients yesterday who has a 60-year-old friend in Park City who's a skier, hiker, biker, spent 100 days in the hospital, came out with a trach, will never be normal again, and was the healthiest 60-year-old they knew.
Yeah.
You don't want to catch this virus.
Wow.
Thanks
All
for
right.
calling.
Thank you, Rick. All right, we will take a break. We've got David and Jamie on the phone. That leaves a line open, 877-602-9696. You can talk to Dr. Cobble and ask him whatever questions you'd like about the virus. Traffic, Gina.
Yeah, new crash in Davis County, I-15 southbound 2600 south in Woods Cross. This is in the backup from the earlier car that rolled over in North Salt Lake. Originally, center lanes were blocked, but vehicles are moving to the right side of the freeway. That rollover, of course, happened 2300 north, so things are a mess in Davis County. You're going to want to use US 89 or I-215 West Belt if you're trying to get to downtown Salt Lake. The good news is that's the only accident I have to tell you about right now. If you see something, you can text it to us, 33986.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back with Dr. Cobble, 877-602-9696. Brooklinen.com is the website to go to. I want you to go there. I want you to take a look at, of course, their sheets. I love my Brooklinen sheets, but I also want you to look at their towels. They are amazing. They have all kinds of products on their website, but we're going to talk about the towels here for a bit because they're very, very proud of them. You can give your daily routine a little something extra. And with varying levels of plushness, the towel of your dreams is waiting to wrap you up. It is totally worth it, believe me. There's nothing like a wonderful towel after a shower. It can really make your day. Perfectly fine to stay in your towel all day after your shower, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I'm working from home. I can do what I want. Brooklinen is the perfect place to find all the comforts for home, including ultra-soft towels. They're so confident in their product that everything comes with a lifetime warranty. Use the promo code Jackson, my last name, Jackson, for 10% off your first order at brooklinen.com. That's BROOKLINEN.com, and the promo code Jackson. Brooklinen, everything you need to live your most comfortable life.
The school supply.
So when is Seymour coming? Well, he said he'd be here now. He says he's got some real good stuff for us, stuff that's going to make us some dough.
None of his ideas have panned out so far. You said hiring a personal manager to get us some outside projects would be a good thing.
I know.
You said that we'd start making some extra money.
I know.
Nothing so far, partner. Nil. Nothing. We haven't seen a dime.
Well, Seymour says we're too picky. Says we have to bend a little bit. That's got to be him. Come on in, Seymour.
Hey, that's pretty good. How did you know it was me?
Well, you said you'd be here at this time, and no one else ever visits us.
Yeah, and I could smell your Aqua Velva through the door.
Ah, powerful, ain't it? I love Aqua Velva.
So, Seymour, what kind of stuff have you got for us?
Well, first off, let me tell you, everybody wants a piece of your asses. Radio from Hell is hot right now. Hot! It's positively volcanic. Now, I can get you two volcanic gods a personal appearance fee to MC the grand opening of a new artificial limb store at a strip mall in downtown Nephi.
How much? How much money?
Well, no money. I got you trade for this one. You guys can take your pick of any partial orthopedic appliance you like. If you need full limbs, they want to charge you a little, like cost or something.
Well, I think I can speak for Bill when I say we pass.
Carrie, could we just put this one on hold? I need to speak with Aunt Esther and see if Uncle Clyde's hook is still busted.
All right, that's a maybe. I'll put this one on the maybe pile. Okay, here's the next offer. A big pharmaceutical concern in Santaquin.
Utah?
Yeah, Utah. This pharmaceutical company has a brand new hemorrhoid ointment, and they want you boys to be the spokesman. Now, before you say anything, just listen to some ad copy I was formulating in my head as I rode over here on the bus. Hi, we're Carrie and Bill, and being DJs, we spend most of the day sitting on our asses. Boy, do we know about hemorrhoids. Something, 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 vamp, vamp, vamp. So get rid of your hemorrhoids right away with Roid Away.
Roid Away?
Let me guess. No money for this one either? I think I speak for Bill when I say we will not endorse Roid Away for trade. Tell Roid Away to take their proposal and shove it up there.
No, hold on, Carrie. I I've been kind of inflamed lately.
It's on the maybe pile. Here's the next deal. The Mighty Morphin Hell Rangers. You two can morph from yourselves into these guys wearing tight leather outfits and football helmets.
Absolutely not. Look at Bill's gut. Do we want our fans to see that gut in tight leather? I think I speak for Bill when I say...
Wait, Kerry. Hey, Seymour, is it pink leather? I just love pink
On
leather.
the maybe pile. Finally this. You guys know them little Looney Tune Kids cartoons, Teeny Toons or whatever?
Yeah.
Very popular. Little Bobby? Huge. Muppet Babies? The biggest. Well, picture this. Kerry and Bill cartoons with the two of you as little baby DJs, getting into all kinds of radio adventures at a grown-ups radio station. It's called Hell Babies. What do you say?
I want to turn this down, but before I do, let me ask Bill. What do you think?
Seymour, would only my cartoon wear a diaper, or could I get to really wear a diaper sometimes?
On the maybe pile.
Maybe pile, yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, 8:04, and we continue with Dr. Cobble. If you have any questions, you can talk to a real doctor here on the phone. Ask him about the myths that you have heard about COVID. Here's a question for you directly, Doctor. It says, when you were on the road, because you just got back from a road trip, what precautions did you take for public restrooms? We're traveling next month and would like some tips.
Yeah, that's a great question. Where we traveled, you had to wear masks in Washington and Oregon. So we would always put a mask on when we left the car. We'd stop and get gas, and the kids and my wife would run into the bathroom. If I had to go to the bathroom, I would just make sure that I washed my hands after I went to the bathroom and then used the towel to open the door back up if I had to open the door. But I think just don't touch anything and wear a mask.
Okay.
I tell my son when he comes in the house, wash your hands, please. I get tired of you telling me to wash my hands. You know, the chance of you catching this virus by contact with the surface is really low.
Yeah, again, you bring up a great point. If you wash your hands 6 times a day, we've talked about this before, you lower your risk of catching the virus by 30%. If you wear a mask in public, you lower your risk of catching this virus by 65 to 70%. If you wear an N95 mask, it's even more.
Yeah. All right, let's go to David. Hi, David.
Hello. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So I have, I've got a 2-part question about antibody tests. First off, how does someone without insurance, go about getting one? How much does it cost? Also, I understand that the vein draw antibody test is much more accurate than the finger prick, because typically with the finger prick they don't collect enough blood to get a good sample.
Yeah, those are great questions. So the rapid test, the finger prick test, has error rates between 15 and 40%. So it's essentially not a good test to do. The serum draw out of the arm is 100% accurate. So its sensitivity and specificity are 99.6 to 100%. That's a great test. We do it at our office, so if you want to come by, you can do it there. We get the results back in 24 hours. the lab will direct bill you, and they'll just charge you $55. My cost on that lab is $150. But if you don't have insurance, the lab will direct bill you $55. We do charge a $40 draw fee co-payment, so you can get the test for under $100.
Okay.
There you go.
Fantastic. That's great information. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Jamie. Hi, Jamie. Oh, Jamie is gone? All right, well, then let's jump to Deborah. Hi, Deborah.
Hi. So my question is related to sending kids back to school. Right now I have 2 daughters on a school soccer team. They've been practicing for a month, and I just found out that one of the girls on the team has been in contact with someone who has COVID, and she's being tested and is now quarantined.
Oh, boy.
And now I'm wondering, what do I do with these kids of mine, and how safe is it really to have them participating in anything?
Yeah, that's tough. You know, our daughter's in soccer as well, and they have to wear masks when they're on the sidelines, and parents can't go on the sidelines. Early on, about 1 in 20 Utahns had this virus. Now it's about 1 in 14 that are being tested. So the assumption was that there were 20 people in a group, one of them was probably infected. Now you can say that if there are 14 people in a group, one of them is probably infected. I think that if you're going to send kids back to school, they've got to wear face masks, and they've got to have a protected work environment, a space that they're in, and try not to touch other people's things. So, again, the good news is children catch this, and it doesn't seem to be as severe for them. But the bad news, they take it home and give it to their parents and grandparents and older people. So I think that the cool thing is what you just described as contact tracing. So somebody has been identified as coming into contact with somebody who's positive, and they're being tested. The bad thing is the testing has gotten worse, as we mentioned earlier, meaning that it could take 10 to 14 days for test results to come back. And that's the limiting factor right now, is that if you can't identify somebody early and quarantine them and test all of their contacts, you can't stop the spread. But again, if you're wearing face masks and you're careful with who you go into contact with, you're going to limit the spread.
Okay.
All right, there you go, Deborah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Brady, who's on the phone. Brady, hi.
Hi, Dr. Cobble and lords and ladies. Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah.
I just had a question about the report yesterday about that vaccine. I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but it's now on the final stage of testing.
No, it's just in the preliminary stage of testing. Talk a little bit about that. I'm sure you've looked into that, Dr. Cobble, the Moderna
that's it.
Pharmaceutical company and their testing that they're doing.
Yeah, they had about 40 patients in phase 1 that they have found they all had antibodies. They developed antibodies similar to somebody that had the viral infection. Now they're moving to phase 2 or the next phase, which will have 30,000 patients enrolled and see if they can develop immunity. Again, the hard part's whether you develop antibodies makes you immune. We don't know yet. And again, I think those 30,000 people being enrolled, it'll take time to enroll them. It'll take time to get the results. And again, I don't know if we'll have a vaccine available in 6 months or 12 months or 18 months. Hopefully the results are positive and there's a vaccine available. Again, if you look at lab testing currently, you'd think that would be dialed in and we'd have 20 million tests a day available now, but that's still behind the 8 ball and terrible. So I don't know. You know, I know Wall Street's optimistic about it. I tend to be a little cautiously optimistic, but the reality is these things are slow and arduous.
How do they? So when let's say they do the 30,000 people and they give them the vaccine, do they then expose them to coronavirus, or how do they find out if they're immune?
Yeah, that would be the next step. So you try to create immunity, an antibody exposure, and then you have to expose them to the virus directly and see what happens.
Wow.
So it's fairly detailed, and these things, like I said, they're very
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Brady. I'm not going to volunteer for that.
Do we have any final tips or questions? That we
I'd
can
just
leave
like
on?
to go back to, because I know it's top of mind for parents now with school, and I know everybody is going to have to make their own decisions about what they want to do, and you know, I think about them wearing masks going back to school, but I also think about a lot of kids being inside in an enclosed room
in the winter
in winter specifically for prolonged periods of time. And I don't know, you probably don't want to comment on what you're doing with your kids, that's your own personal thing, but just generally, does the fact of being stuck inside, whether you're wearing a mask or not for hours, is that of concern?
No, I mean, I wear a mask inside all day long at work, and there's no evidence that wearing a mask makes asthma worse or medical conditions worse. I think my wife had a comment about it the other day. Someone that doesn't want to wear a mask and said they have a medical problem. There was a cute little comment about it, but basically they don't want to follow the rules. You know, they don't care about other people's welfare. And again, I think, you know, children, they don't socialize the same way adults do. They don't really get in each other's faces for long periods of time and sit around a table and talk robustly for long periods of time. And so I think if there's testing available at the schools, and we talked about this about 6 or 8 weeks ago, if a child is identified as being sick, test them at the school, send them home, don't let them come back to school until they test is negative. If their test is positive, everyone in the classroom needs to be tested. But I think the state's going to mandate masks in the schools, and probably they have to have their lunch in their classroom, not in the cafeteria. And again, the hard thing for schools is going to be people at work that don't have daycare options for the children, and then people that don't have breakfast options for their children. In the school, oftentimes, maybe the only meals that these kids get.
Yeah. I think what you're kind of indicating there is that there still will be risks involved, but there are ways to do it and manage it, and manage to live with it until we find a vaccine for it.
Yeah, I think so. And again, if the kids get infected at school, and hopefully that's not going to happen, the parents are wearing a mask at home, and the kids are 3 feet tall, the parents are 5.5 feet tall, and they're not in each other's faces, and they can limit their exposure risk, and parents can wear a mask until the test comes back negative. But the kids aren't aerosolizing it the same way adults do.
Yeah. All right, Dr. Cobble, thank you very much. We'll talk to you next week. Stay safe, okay?
Okay, thanks, you guys. Okay,
Thank
Thank you very much. All right, traffic, Gina.
Yeah, Davis County's a mess. I-15 southbound, 2600 south and Woods Cross. It's the backup from the earlier rollover in North Salt Lake. Originally, the center lanes were blocked, but vehicles have moved to the right side of the freeway. So that's 2 accidents in the same area that Davis County travelers are dealing with. So you probably want to use US 89 or I-215 West Belt if you're trying to get into downtown Salt Lake. Those are ways around. Signal problems, Geneva Road and Center Street in Orem. You're going to want to treat that as a 4-way stop. And I believe that's it. If you see something you want to share, you can text it to us, 33986.
Round 2 of the boners are coming up. Here are the candidates you will be considering in that round. Number 1, welcome home. No, stay home. Boner candidate number 2, in the Trump White House, we don't care for smart people. And boner candidate number 3, it's pretty easy to prank the uninformed.
Okay, round 2 of your boners, big boy news, all coming up. Stand by for that. All right, so we need to tell you about Hoops Vision Correction. HOOPES vision.com is the website. Fine
Cataracts.
website, by the way.
Cataracts, Kerry.
Yes.
You've had one.
That was strange. I went in just for a checkup to see if I could if I qualified for this other procedure that I had heard about that Hoops Vision does. And they said, no, you don't qualify. I said, why? And they said, well, it's not because of anything that you think. It's cataracts. Did you know? And I'm like, I had no idea.
Yeah.
And I got scared because that's how my aunt lost her eyesight. Well, it's not like that way anymore. They can take care of this.
Listen, when Hoops Vision removes your cataract, they can replace it with a lens that's designed to improve your vision at multiple distances. That means you can eliminate cataracts and get rid of your glasses for most of your daily activities. Take back your vision. If you're having eye problems at all, get a cataract test at Hoops Vision. 877-30-LASIK. That's 877-305-2745, or go to hoopsvision.com.
From New York. We stayed at the Grand Hyatt, which was in near Grand Central Station.
It sounds grand.
It was very nice.
There's the regular Hyatt and then the Grand.
The Grand Hyatt. First of all, there once again, my big complaint with hotels, no exhaust fan in the bathroom. I hate that.
You know, I had an electrician working on my house the other day. You know what they refer to those as?
What?
The fart fan.
Exactly.
Oh, nice.
Exactly.
Is that what you need it for?
Said I forgot to bring you the fart fan. We'll bring that by and put the.
And here's why it would have helped on this trip. Okay, so my lovely wife Sue, who's just a dainty flower.
Mm-hmm.
She yelled at me, "Hey, the shower drain, the bathtub drain is clogged. I can't get it to drain." So as we're showering, it's like filling up with dirty water. I said, well, let me call down to the front desk and we'll get a maintenance guy up here to drain it.
Okay.
So after the showers are taken, Sue needs to go in and relieve herself.
I didn't think
take
she
a
did.
dump.
Yes,
okay.
take a dump.
All right.
And that's my dainty flower, my lovely wife Sue.
Mm-hmm.
Man, she stunk up the place.
Okay.
Because when you travel, it's you're
rich food.
I'm sure she appreciates
a lot of
you
rich. Well,
discussing
she really bad. And again, there's no fart fan.
It was an eye burner.
Yeah, it was an eye burner, exactly.
Yeah.
And again, no fart fan. So what happens is that she's still in there finishing up, and maintenance guy at the door. Right?
Oh no, it's so embarrassing.
It's so embarrassing.
That's so embarrassing.
So I said, "Yeah, there's a clogged." I opened the door, clogged drain in the tub, and he tries to move toward me like I'm going to go in. I said, "No. So, she's in there."
You really don't want to go in there.
I said,
Just
"She's
say,
in there."
Can you come back and?
Well, I'd already put him off a half hour so we could shower.
Why don't you sit down and have a drink?
I should have done that.
Yeah.
I should have done that because we had some nice vodka in the room.
Would you care for something from the mini bar?
So
it's on me.
So then Sue comes out. He goes in, and I hear. Ah! It went like this.
Oh.
That Krusty the Clown kind of. And he's in there working, and then I hear, "It's all yours," and the front door slam.
He's out.
He didn't bother to say, here's what happened or anything. It's all yours. Out the door.
That would be a horrible job. He's got to do that all day.
Well, at least you didn't hear. I'm blind.
That's what I thought I might hear. Because I'll be honest with you, man.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
It was awful.
Yeah.
I'm sure she appreciates this conversation.
Did you clear that story with her?
Honestly, guess I should have.
Yeah.
You didn't. You didn't. See, if I were going to tell a story like that about my wife,
you'd clear it.
I would. Mm-hmm. I would say, "Do you mind if?"
And I just wouldn't.
And my guess is she would say, "I'd rather you didn't," and then I wouldn't. But
did you get texted?
Yeah.
Are you in trouble?
Once again, I'm jealous.
Huh?
How am I jealous? It did not smell that bad, and he made no sigh. Hon, you didn't hear the sigh. I'm sorry. You didn't hear the sigh. It was audible.
Maybe that was just he was letting all of his breath out so that he could hold it for the entire
That's
time.
what it was.
Or he was bending over to the tub.
Yeah.
You know how you do.
Yeah.
All
I'm
right.
sure that's what it was.
I'm dead. 8:22 right now, and it is time for round 2 of your boners, presenting to you 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior, and you will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it goes up against the winner of round 1's voting. It's not boner of the day yet. These two have to go together and duke it out at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner of the day is decided by you. So right now, you've got to pick your champion for round 2 to send forward. So here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. And once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
You know, it's nice to have something to look forward to, and you can look forward to getting a Can't Buy It, Gotta Win It Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Here's boner candidate number 1. Welcome home. No, stay home. On Saturday, the Magic Kingdom, Animal Kingdom parks at Walt Disney World in Orlando, Florida, opened to guests for the first time since closing on March 15th. And to mark the occasion, the official Disney Parks Jobs Twitter account posted a short video promoting the park's reopening. In the video, shots of various park attractions, Cinderella's Castle, the Dumbo Flying Elephant Ride that you always have to wait hours and hours and hours for, Spaceship Earth at Epcot, and so on, are intercut with shots of Disney park employees welcoming guests back to the parks. Now, these employees, including hotel housekeeping staff, cooks, concierges, costumed cast members, all are wearing surgical masks, and they all say, "Welcome home," directly into the camera, except for the First Order stormtrooper at the end who says, "Welcome, citizens." The whole thing is set to upbeat orchestral music, and the Disney Parks Jobs account soon deleted the tweet because people took it and said, because the people are wearing masks, and they're saying welcome home, everybody took it and dubbed different words into it. Stay home. Stay home. Stay home.
Because you can't see their lips moving. So
you can't see their lips
you
moving.
You can put anything in there.
Really?
Please. We really
somebody in the PR department went, "Well, that was a stupid move on our part, wasn't it?" We didn't think of that, did we? No, we didn't. Stay home. Stay home. Welcome home. No, and stay home. Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. You know, in the Trump White House, we don't really care for smart people.
Seems
White
like
House officials this week have denied trying to undermine Dr. Anthony Fauci, the government's top infectious disease expert, for his stark analysis of the coronavirus pandemic. But Dan Scavino, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Communications, who before he was the White House Chief of Staff for Deputy Communications was President Trump's golf caddy. I'm not kidding.
I know.
Posted a cartoon on Facebook, a rendering of Dr. Fauci that likened him to a faucet. So it was Dr. Fauci's face with a big faucet, a spout coming out of his face, and drowning Uncle Sam. So the faucet is drowning Uncle Sam in water, and water drops labeled with mock public health warnings considered antithetical to the White House policy. Schools stay closed this fall. Indefinite lockdown. Shut up and obey. The post from Mr. Scavino, one of Trump's most trusted advisors, and another example of the Trump administration treating Dr. Fauci, the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, as another political opponent, though Mr. Scavino refers to him as a colleague. "Sorry, Dr. Fawcett," Scavino wrote in a caption accompanying the post. "At least you know, if I'm going to disagree with a colleague such as yourself, it's done publicly and not cowardly behind journalists with leaks. We'll see you tomorrow." It also contained errors, of course. Dr. Fauci has publicly said he favors getting children back to school, but the decision should be made by taking into account the level of coronavirus cases in each district into account. He has said that he is against more statewide lockdowns after pushing for an extensive one earlier this year. But the cartoon posted by Scavino, drawn by artist Ben Garrison, whose work is often promoted by alt-right figures and trolls. Last year, Mr. Garrison was disinvited from a White House gathering at the president's social media fans because he does all kinds of anti-Semitic stuff as well.
Yeah.
The cartoonist does.
Yeah.
But Scavino posted that cartoon, made sure. Boner candidate number 2. You know, in the White House, we just don't care much for smart people.
Now, here's the thing, is that Trump, if you believe the polls, is losing to Biden.
Mm-hmm.
All right?
Don't get excited. Don't
get excited.
Complacent.
But now he wants to run against Dr. Fauci, who is easily more popular than Joe Biden. You're going to lose. You're going to lose.
Not making good decisions here.
Nope. All right.
Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3. You know, it's pretty easy to prank the uninformed.
All right, Boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Woohoo! Lucky's Auto Credit, 77 cents and a job. Get you a car, that's awesome. They'll front the tax, title, license, 77 cents total to drive away today. Apply online at luckysautocredit.com. Woohoo!
Well, and I know Gina's going to throw up her hands and go, oh no, and be...
Oh no! Oh wait, I'll wait. I don't know what you're going to say.
Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg is back in the hospital.
Oh, no!
This time to treat a possible infection. She spiked a fever Monday, according to press release from the Supreme Court, and on Tuesday underwent an endoscopic procedure to clean out a bile duct stent that was inserted in August. The procedure was done at Johns Hopkins in Baltimore after Ginsburg was first evaluated at Sibley Memorial Hospital in Washington. According to a press release from the court's press officer, the justice is resting comfortably and will stay in the hospital for a few days to receive intravenous antibiotic treatments. This is the second time Justice Ginsburg has been hospitalized recently. She's doing pretty well for a woman who's 150, but
please,
what is she?
Take
90?
care of her.
Is she 90? I think. Hulu has been in the streaming game for a while and boasts a solid lineup now of original TV shows, but the critics are really happy apparently with this one that Sean Means was talking about, Palm Springs with Andy Samberg. Mm-hmm. The time loop-centric romantic comedy has received a lot of positive critical reception since it was released last week, and it has become it's been breaking records for Hulu. People are flocking to it. The streaming company confirmed to IndieWire that Palm Springs broke Hulu's opening weekend record by collecting more hours watched over the first 3 days of availability than any other movie on Hulu during the same period. Palm Springs also generated the highest amount of social interest for any Hulu movie yet over its premiere weekend, and was also the most discussed original Hulu movie on Twitter over the past 3 days. I think
I heard a good review of it yesterday. They said don't just write it off as it being a Groundhog Day movie. It's better.
It's the same kind of concept, but it's pretty good apparently. Speaking of movies, the Damn These Heels Queer Film Festival is being held this year, but it's online, and there's all kinds of stuff on it. There's a movie called Same Sex Attracted, and it's a little documentary, one of 2 documentaries produced by Utahns in the festival this year. Same Sex Attracted is about same-sex attracted people at Brigham Young University. What if we made a little 3-minute video about what it's like to be being gay at BYU? One of the makers said, "You and I are both gay. We're both here, and we have strong opinions about what it's like being here and being gay at BYU, and we know other people do too." So they used a camcorder and a little tripod that they borrowed from one of their uncles, And apparently the Damn These Heels people loved the video, and one professor said it was the best student film they'd ever seen, and they got accepted into the program. So it's called, what's it called again? Anyway, Damn These Heels is being held online. It's the Utah Film Center, and you can just search for it, and you'll find the films online. The other movie is one, and I've got a link to watch it. It's about the, it's a history of a gay murder here in Utah. A man who was, I believe, homosexual who was murdered in southern Utah. I think it's called Dog Valley. I was going
to say the Mormon one that you're talking about is Same-Sex Attracted.
Same-Sex Attracted, that's right. And I think the other one is called Dog Valley. I met the director a couple of years ago, and he was working on it then. And he sent me a link, and I haven't had time to watch. I'm going to watch it this afternoon. The New England Journal of Medicine is reporting some encouraging findings about COVID-19 vaccine. One of the leading vaccine candidates produced virus antibodies in every patient tested in a trial conducted earlier this year, according to the New England Journal of Medicine. The published results describe a successful phase 1 testing for the vaccine produced by Moderna. The vaccine is currently in phase 2 of testing. Dr. Fauci said Tuesday the vaccine would move into the third and final phase by the end of this month. According to the New England Journal of Medicine, phase 1 was conducted on 45 test subjects. They were divided into 3 groups of 15, each of which was given different doses of the vaccine. Every subject received 2 shots, 28 days apart. According to the New England Journal of Medicine, the vaccine included anti-SARS-CoV-2 immune responses in all of the participants. So that's a very, very good sign. Now, whether it's enough anti-SARS-CoV-2 immune response to fight off this virus has yet to be determined. But they are moving into the phase 3 of that testing. And that's good. Utah has set an unwanted record with COVID-19. 10 new deaths reported yesterday. That brings the total to 226. 448 new cases since Monday's report. Utah has 30,478 known positive cases since the outbreak began. The rolling average now, 636 per day. That's a 7-day average, 10.2% of the population. And that keeps going up.
Mm-hmm.
Keeps going up. The guy that was charged with aiming a bow and arrow at protesters in downtown Salt Lake, yelling "All Lives Matter," he has been ordered to stay in jail.
Good.
He wasn't arrested the day that it happened, but prosecutors charged him with 3 felonies for, as widely shared video has shown, aiming his bow and arrow at protesters. After hearing testimony from Mr. Wilson, 3rd District Judge Paul Parker, ruled that there was sufficient evidence for McCormick's case to move forward to trial. He faces up to 5 years in prison if convicted, and he's got to stay in jail. Mr. McCormick will stay in jail. He's been there since he turned himself in early June. He was pleading with the judge to let him leave jail. He said he was in need of shoulder surgery and worried about getting the coronavirus while being incarcerated. He said, "I was a jackass. I was a drug addict. I made poor choices, but I've been doing good for almost 5 years. I've been really proud of myself. I've done some bad things. No, I did some bad things that I've regretted ever since." I don't think he's quite all there, it seems to me. And let's see, one final story here. The moon is younger than we thought, researchers say.
Baby moon?
It's, a new model laid out in Science magazine pegs the creation of the moon at 4.25 billion years ago, instead of the generally accepted, and this is what I've always said, when people say, well, how old's that moon? I'd always say 4.51 billion years. But apparently I was wrong.
Are you sure you don't mean 4.5 thousand years?
No, billion.
Sure?
Billion.
But the Earth's only been here for...
right.
It's billion.
Weather, traffic, sports, if you'd like.
Why does Post Malone have tattoos of Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce on his body?
Oh, do tell.
Because the NFL stars kicked his ass in an epic backstage beer pong match, and the loser had to get tats. It all went down after the Chiefs beat the Niners in the Super Bowl. Mahomes and a teammate, Kelce, were able to score some VIP tickets to Post's February concert in Kansas City. Mahomes told GQ before the show went on he and Travis Kelce were invited backstage for a little beer pong with Post. What happened next? Mahomes said he and Kelce beat him. I don't know what Post thought. These are professional athletes. That you can't beat them. After about 14 or 15 straight victories, Post decided to up the ante, and he brought out a piece of paper for Mahomes and Kelce to sign. The deal, if Post couldn't win, he'd get a Chief Stars autograph inked on his body. Of course, Mahomes didn't lose, and there's a picture of it where Patrick Mahomes signed his autograph, and Post Malone. Now, this isn't much of a stretch for Post because he's covered in tattoos. So why not have?
He lost on purpose. He lost on purpose.
You think so?
He could get another tattoo.
You think this was?
Yeah.
It's probably true.
Well, he lost 15 times in a row. What do you think he's going to win?
Wow, I'd love to get another tattoo, but I don't have a reason. I know. I'll throw a game.
That's sports. Weather, sunny and 91 for a high today. We're going to be back up around 100 by Friday. And the air is bad because of this stagnant hot air. So go to x96.com and check out the You Care About the Air suggestions on things you can do to help out keep our air be a little bit cleaner than it is right now. Traffic, I haven't had an update in a while about Davis County, but 2 bad accidents earlier were making things a mess. I-15 southbound at 2600 South in Woods Cross. Earlier rollover crash, and then a crash that happened in people that were stuck behind the first one. So earlier they were recommending US 89 or I-215 West Belt to get downtown, and I haven't seen an update, so I would say that's probably still a good move if you're trying to get into Salt Lake City. Geneva Road and Center Street in Orem, there's a 4-way stop there because the lights are malfunctioning. And looks like that is about it. That's traffic.
All right.
Here's boner candidate number 3. You know, it's just really pretty easy to prank the uninformed. Tiger King star and animal activist Carol Baskin fell prey to a comedian's prank and ended up wishing a happy birthday to a high-profile Australian pedophile. God. Listen, first of all, I'm going to also throw shade at the prankster, the DJ who said, "I bet I can fool her," because anyway, I hate practical jokes. But the founder of the Big Cats Rescue, Carol Baskin, who shot the famous Joe Exotic's nemesis on Tiger King, blew disgraced entertainer Rolf Harris a kiss in a birthday video message on Cameo, the Sun reported. Hi, Rolf Harris. Now, Rolf Harris, famous in Australia for one song, one song only that I know, Tie Me Kangaroo Down. He was convicted of pedophilia a couple of years ago. Hi, Rolf Harris. All your kids wanted to get together and tell you have really touched them, and they love all that you have done for them, Baskin says in the clip. And I hear there's a lot of great stories about you and your best friend, Jimmy Savile, Baskin continued, apparently unaware that Jimmy Savile was an English radio personality accused of sexual abuse of hundreds of people after his death in 2011. Can't wait to hear those, Baskin says. Happy birthday, Rolf. That's it.
Wallabies feed. They're a dangerous breed, mate. So watch me wallabies feed. All together now, tie me kangaroo down, sport. Tie me kangaroo
Australian
down.
comedian Tom Armstrong was behind the practical joke and posted the video on TikTok. Surely I couldn't get another American celebrity to shout out Australia's most notorious sexual predator, Armstrong said. Bonus points if they mention UK's most notorious sexual predator. And sure enough, he got Carol Baskin to do it because it's pretty easy to prank the uninformed. It's number 3.
Let's review the first 2 and vote.
A boner candidate number 1, welcome home. No, stay home. Disney World's reopening video that didn't go so well because people were sabotaged it easily. Boner candidate number 2, in the Trump White House, we just don't care for smart people. An aide, one of Donald Trump's most trusted aides, communications director, posted a cartoon mocking Dr. Anthony Fauci. And boner candidate number 3, it's pretty easy to prank the uninformed.
All right, we've got things that must go coming up as soon as we award round 1 of your boners. Round 2, excuse me. Time now to vote for round 2. Here we go. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win this round. Put that single digit, that number's all we need, in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting July 15, 2020, and vote there. Refresh if you don't see that box. All right, now this is round 2. We send this candidate forward to go up against the winner of round 1. Boner fight happens at 9:20. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day for realsies. Right now you're picking the champion for round 2. Once we get the winner, we'll get to things that must go after these. X96.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Radio from Hell radio players.
Sex. Boom. There, I said it.
You did it. Good for you. I love how you snicker and can't say that word with a straight face.
I didn't snicker. All I'm saying is our relationship expert is in the studio. And I made a breakthrough. Didn't I?
What was it?
I said sex over the public airwaves.
Oh, by the way, I did get your email with all your questions. We're going to go through them one by one tonight.
All right, thanks for throwing me under the bus.
It's all good, brother. Big Daddy's here.
The birds and the bees. It's a conversation that is a famous in culture.
Oh yeah, critical.
What actual percentage would you say from your experience as a relationship coach, what percentage of families actually have this conversation with their kids?
You know, my gut would tell me 35%.
Really? See, I would have put it somewhere around like 5-10.
Well, I don't know, you think, but I don't know that they do a great job about it.
You know there's things we don't talk about, kids.
Right.
One of them is the birds and the bees.
I think we're getting to a day and age when more and more of it is happening. There are some great statistics about, teenage sex and things like that. And, those numbers are dropping. Not doing it as much as they used to, amazingly.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that nationwide or just in Utah?
Nationwide.
Okay.
And, in fact, I'm looking for those as we're talking. I think what we're starting to see is, for example, younger adolescents, so younger than 15 years of age, are delaying sexual intercourse by a great number. In fact, here's some examples. Some other statistics. Ages 12 to 19-year-olds report parents are their greatest influence regarding sexual decision-making and values.
Okay.
37% say their parents were the most important key as opposed to their friends, 33%, siblings 5%, and the media. So parents, it's a critical thing that you talk to your kids. 94% of adolescents and 91% of it's 94% of adolescents and 91% of parents believe that adolescents should be advised that they should not have sex before completing high school.
That's interesting because, for the most part, not the most part, but a lot of parents believe that their kids aren't going to listen to them.
Oh, yeah. No.
They don't have the kind of influence over their teenagers that they wish they had.
But what you're saying is
They expect it.
So, yeah, parents, step up. I think Utah, I believe we do have a bit of stigma around this topic. Sometimes we don't want to go there. Sometimes we think it's opening up a can of worms, but I think it's completely your responsibility. And, you would let your kid go and do something dangerous, without some advice, some information.
Like rock climbing or...
Like rock climbing, right. You'd make sure they knew what was going on. You'd make sure that they...
Or driving.
Uh-huh, right.
What the hell was that?
That was the Radio from Hell radio players.
What? How long was that?
Too long.
How long was that?
4 minutes.
What did they say?
And that was cut off.
And I still don't know what they said.
I have no idea what they were talking
There was
about.
more of it.
It's 8:48 right now. We got things that must go next, but first, quickly, let's award round 2 of your boners.
Which is brought to you in part by Pasta Limon and the Shrimps.
And Wing Wednesday at Diversion Eatery. Get 5 wings for $3.75 with your choice of buffalo, barbecue, garlic jalapeno, or chili sriracha. Located at 535 North 3rd West. See menu at diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number 1, welcome home. No, stay home. Walt Disney World's reopening video didn't go over so well and was easily manipulated by tricksters on the internet. Boner candidate number 2, in the Trump White House, we don't care much for smart people. An aide posting cartoon mocking Dr. Anthony Fauci. The White House denies they're trying to undermine, but nonetheless. And boner candidate number 3, it's pretty easy to prank the uninformed. Carol Baskin tricked into wishing a high-profile pedophile a happy birthday. Phil won a boner T-shirt, and the winner was boner candidate number 2. In the Trump White House, we don't care for smart people.
All right, there's your winner of round 2 of your boners. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. Depends on how well it does up against the winner of round 1. We did that an hour ago, but Boner Fight happens at 9:20. 9:20 this morning, so about a half hour from now, that's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. Things that must go, brought to you by
The Advocates. Injured in an accident. There we go. Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
These are things that are bugging you, our friends of the program, things that you just can't stand anymore. If you have to endure them one more day, you're going to go bat-esque crazy. And so you write them down and in an email, send them to radiofromhell@x96.com, and hopefully, if we read them on the air, these things that you can't stand anymore, they may go from your lives. Or at the very least, it'll soothe your soul to have them aired in public. I'll go first. I have a couple of my own today. First of all, the voicemail from the pharmacy, which says, hi, this is the such-and-such pharmacy, and the... your order is ready for pickup. Please come and pick up the medications that you have requested. If you've already picked up your order, please disregard this message. What? Couldn't that? Of course I'll. Why don't you say, if you've already picked up your order, we're sorry for the intrusion, or. But just disregard this. Pretend it never happened, okay? And then the other must-go of my own is I was, it doesn't matter where I was, but there was a guy on a scooter, an electric scooter. And I think it was his own scooter. It wasn't one of the rentals because it looked nice and it was fast. And he had a little kid on it with him, standing in front of him. Neither of them wearing masks or helmets.
Or masks, probably.
Or masks, for that matter. And he's speeding around with that kid on there, and then he stops and the kid gets off, and his wife comes out, and his wife has a babe, a toddler. And she hands the toddler to him, and he has the toddler under his arm and takes off on the scooter again. Please, you're endanger your own stupid life, but not your children's. This one, Bill, no need to say my name. Thanks for being awesome. Being able to hear another person's eyes blinking must go.
What?
I don't. When the dish scrub.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jeez, that's some Daredevil level hearing. Okay.
When the dish scrub is at the bottom of the sink buried by dirty dishes. When you follow someone on Instagram, suggest another account so you follow them, and all they do is reshare other people's posts. Choosing an item at the store because it's a coupon, has a coupon seal to it, and then when you get home and the coupon is still on it and not applied to the purchase. Faucets on a sink that are set too far back or don't have a long enough neck to reach the middle of the sink. Most of the water from washing your hands goes behind the faucet and all over the counter.
Yes.
And when you trim your hair in the shower and don't rinse them all off and don't realize it until you're rubbing lotion on your legs and you get exfoliated by the hair you've been trying to shave off. And then this one, feel free to use my name. My thing that must go are grocery store remodels during the middle of a pandemic. I would love to know who the asshat in charge is at the Bountiful Smith's Marketplace that thought this was a good idea. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the right idea right now to just get in and out of the store in a timely manner than wandering around looking for items you need and taking twice as long as necessary? And don't get me started on the employees who are wearing masks under their noses, or even worse, under their chins. Thank you for letting me vent. Needless to say, drinking shall begin even earlier than normal today. Stay safe and healthy and keep up the good work. Becky. Gina?
This one is from Festus. When telling people he's joined the Navy, the first thing they do is say, "In the Navy." Just stop.
He has to get some more original friends.
Let's see. Hi, Lords. Please feel free to use my name. I moved to St. George about 2 years ago. My thing that must go are tourists who think because they're on vacation, they don't need to follow social guidelines. I work in a grocery store, and tourists come into the store with their entire family, kids running all over the place, touching all the products, licking the glass on the cases, standing in large groups in the aisles. Of course they don't wear masks because they're on vacation, from the virus. Our hiking trails used to be fairly litter-free. Now there's trash left all over the trails, and they don't pick up after their dogs. I see license plates in the parking lot from Arizona, Nevada, and California. States requiring masks and social distancing, but would anyone try to distance themselves from us? I don't know why they do this. Please help people realize that going on a vacation doesn't mean you're on vacation from wearing a mask or staying 6 feet from others. I understand people are tired of being in their homes, but that doesn't mean that our tourist areas are a free-for-all. Thanks for letting me bitch. Sherry. Then we've got this one. Things that must go. People throwing fits about having to wear masks and complaining about kids needing to go back to normal. Second, demanding teachers go back to school because said parents aren't competent enough to teach their children at home. I don't know that it's being competent enough, but yeah, don't put your teachers at risk. Let's keep the kids home. Let's see, that's from Brittany. Carrie?
All right, so let's start with this one from Tony, my thing that must go. Those adverts on Snapchat or Instagram for app/games where you pull a pin, games that mislead you to a lame match 4 game, those stupid warnings such as not actual gameplay or multiple modes available are not enough. They need to be out of the Play Store. Also, as a Eurovision fan since 2011, I could make a more than 25 list of things that must go from the Netflix Eurovision Song Contest movie The Story of Fire saga, but I will limit it to one. It is the lack of more than one person speaking with a Scottish accent when the story sets the contest in Edinburgh. There's just one South Asian man in the airport taxi stand that spoke with that accent. There should be more bloody Scots and be seen and heard. Lastly, getting sunburned while floating on the Weber River on Independence Day must go. Tony. This one from Pathetic Grump. Well, I said don't use my name. My list of things that must go are the guy that grunts loudly at the gym. Sir, you're using too much weight, and it makes you sound awful and weak. Stop it. Co-workers saying hello every single time we pass each other down the hall.
Hello.
I just saw you a second ago. We don't need to do this every time. Simple nod will be just fine, or you can ignore me completely. I don't give a, Do the chin. Just do the extended chin. Hey, hey, like that. My short memory must go, and the fact that I can't be trusted with valuable things or information. I place them so well that I can't find anything unless remember what happened to them. This will end my marriage. It's been a good run, honey. And what's up with weed not being legal? Cigarettes kill, and that's legal. I get blazed every night and supported so many local businesses with my munchies. I'm a decent person. And no, weed didn't destroy my memory. My brain was shrinking before I started that, so don't even. I love you all. Pathetic Grump.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
Okay, it is 8:58 right now, and traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, I was just trying to see how that earlier accident in North Salt Lake was doing, and the UDOT cameras are showing it's green, so I hope they've got that cleared up and off to the side, and things are moving freely, and I don't see any other accidents to tell you about.
UDOT wouldn't lie, would they?
I don't think they can legally lie. I think it's got to take them at their word. So,
yeah.
And friends of the program not sending in anything either, so I think you've got a good commute. If you do see something, though, please text it to us, 33986.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back. Boner Fight is on the way. Don't forget, at 9:30, State Epidemiologist Dr. Angela Dunn will be here. So if you have any questions, why don't you text them to us, 33986, and we'll throw them out there. All right? Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Gina was pointing out it's going to be hotter than hail this week. What's going to get up to 100 tomorrow, next day?
By Friday, we will be. So you want good working air conditioner for that.
Yeah, Scott Hale. Make sure you get your air conditioner tuned up from Scott Hale. The $29 air conditioner tune-up is still in effect at Scott Hale. Also, free furnace with purchase of a new central air system, and you can save $100 on any $300 repair from Scott Hale. Scott Hale is committed to the community, the customers, and the employees' health. Are taking extra precautions before and after entering your home. And when you have technicians in, it's just necessary. You have to do it. So you want to make sure that the technicians take the precautions they should, and Scott Hale's people will. Call them right away, 801-264-HALE. That's 264-HALE, or go to scotthale.com. Now, I got this email from Marianne Daly, and it says, Hi, Bill, longtime friend of the program. Listen and love the show. Nothing makes my morning better. I work from home, so I always have the radio on, and more often than not, find myself laughing really, 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 really hard out loud, of course. I identify with you most of the time of the three. So it says, anyway, Marianne goes on to say, I'm writing lately due to the interns. I really enjoyed the interview you did with Matt. What a smart, charming, and funny man.
I didn't know I was on the webcam.
She didn't say anything about the way you looked at this point. Yeah. Smart, charming, and funny. Shows real interest in radio. He's one to keep around.
Really?
Keeper.
Oh, and he brought you Patron Silver. He rocks. He also has that radio voice. Forget that Guthrie guy. Oh no, it says Gumthrie.
Gumthrie?
Yeah, forget Gumthrie.
That's Guthrie's evil twin.
Yeah. Sorry, he just didn't do anything for me. And try to work it out so that Matt has some more radio time.
Ooh.
That would be sweet.
Matt, you are so cute.
I know.
And funny.
Thank you, Carrie.
Thanks, Marianne.
Wow.
Now, I just wonder if this would change Marianne's opinion at all. This is an email that I got from Matt.
From this Matt?
Yeah.
Wait, which? Oh, was this the one I sent on Monday?
I suppose so.
When you weren't here.
Today, says Matt. Oh, it says subject. Hello, my name is Matt Timian, and I know how to offend the CEO of Simmons like no other. Today I wore a T-shirt that says Godweiser on the front and This Blood's for You on the back. Of course, it's a parody shirt.
Of course.
Oh, really?
No.
And it was meant to be serious and worn by Christians. I often find gems like these and wear them as a parody of a parody. Witty and original, I know. Anyway, the CEO of Simmons, I suppose he means Craig Hansen?
Yes,
it was Craig.
Craig was walking by me in the hallway with another gentleman in a suit, and after walking past me, they both stopped, turned around, and looked at my shirt. I pretended not to notice.
Looked at the ceiling.
I then heard them say, "We have some really interesting people working here." They continued to mumble about how interesting I am, and then walked up the stairs.
You're making it sound a lot more positive than it really was.
Yes, I'm not taking it as positive at all. Yes, I know how to make an impression. Now I'm certain to get a job. Matt Timian. So, Marianne, there's just more evidence.
It's probably making her more hot for him.
Probably is. Here's Marianne's email, Matt, if you'd like to
thank
contact
you.
her.
That would be great.
Maybe she could help you with the crock pots and the little smokies.
Appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Matt Timian,
Oh,
our intern.
him and Marianne.
Matt and Marianne.
How nice.
I don't know. He's 2 divorces down already. I don't.
Well, if I could counsel Matt on anything, I'd just say don't do it again. Don't get married again.
Date all you want.
Date all you want. Have a girlfriend, but don't marry again.
I don't trust Matt as far as I can throw him.
Really?
I think you should try to throw him.
I can't throw him. I can throw him an inch. That's how much I trust him.
Oh, I'm sure you can do more than an inch.
2 inches, maybe. I just can't. I'm kind of weak. You should know that about me. I'm weak.
I just thought you meant more. Okay, the shop sells. It's called How would you say that with all of those
Celebrities.
Celebrity.
celebrities?
Yeah, I drug you guys over here. You were just going to walk on by Celebrities Gallery, featuring artwork by John Lennon, Miles Davis, Ronnie Wood, Tony Bennett, David Bowie, Picasso, and others.
Picasso's the best rock star of them all.
By the way, it's featuring, what does it say? Artwork. It's featuring overpriced prints of artwork by.
None of that's real.
Well, it's real in the sense that it's, well, for instance, there are a bunch of John Lennon things in there, which Yoko Ono took the originals and had copies made of the originals, and then put print numbers on them and selling them.
Bitch.
My point exactly.
There was some
something for you in there.
Well, yeah, there was some artwork by David Bowie in there, and it looked like a
which Yoko Ono took and copied and put numbers.
Again, it's mass.
So it's not cool.
But it was David Bowie did a painting of Festus. I swear it was Festus.
Festus?
No.
Well, I mean, he was all white and pale and alone.
And alone. No, but so what if it's I mean, they only make so many of the prints, right? Or it's only cool if you can get the original.
It's hard to say.
There was yeah.
I mean, it really is hard to say. A lot of them say, it's number 475 out of a run of 1,000. but how many runs of 1,000 did they do? I mean, that's
they may have stopped and then did another run. That's how they can say a run of 1,000.
I mean, it's okay stuff. I mean, I wouldn't buy it, but
I mean, there was a really cool colored pencil John Belushi
with
in there.
his shirt open and his gut hanging out.
Shirt open. Yeah, that was a great thing, but it was easily $450.
Probably, yeah. And there was one thing in there I really liked. They had Hawaiian shirts, silk Hawaiian shirts. They were about $70-$80 a shirt, but they're copies of shirts that celebrities have worn. Like there's one that shows a picture of Dustin Hoffman and John Lovitz standing together, and John Lovitz is wearing this Hawaiian shirt with pineapples on it, and you can buy that.
You can buy that shirt.
Yeah.
I want to buy Dustin Hoffman's shirt. I don't want to buy John Lovett's shirt.
Either way, they'll both have little black curly hairs inside of them, okay? And then here's the question I had, is that there was a whole bunch of drawings of the Rolling Stones, and right in the middle there was this big one of Don Knotts, and I'm wondering why they decided to put Don Knotts in the middle.
That was not Don Knotts. That was Todd of Todd and Aaron. No, it was.
Jagger.
Oh, is that who it was?
Yeah.
Oh.
Sure look like Don Knotts.
Well, the older he gets, the closer they look.
I mean, 1960s Don Knotts.
Really?
Yeah.
By the way, Uncle Todd, I always thought you looked like Mick Jagger, not Don Knotts.
That was the joke he was making.
Yeah.
Let's make it perfectly clear.
Honest.
Because on this day,
in 1977, Ray Toro, which is a great name. I don't know if it's his real name. Ray Toro, lead guitarist with My Chemical Romance, was born.
And apparently he's not okay. Not okay at all. No.
Oh.
Doesn't seem to be okay. Keep saying he's not okay, so I'm going to take Mr. Toro at his word.
You should listen when somebody says they're not okay.
Exactly.
Pay attention.
Exactly.
And he was born Raymond Toro. So
that is his name.
Yeah.
Wow.
It sounds like a made-up rock star name.
Or a superhero.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd like to have a cool name like that. Bill Allred is not a cool name.
Not a cool name.
No, not a cool name. Gina Barberi's pretty good.
You think?
Yeah, Gina Barberi. That's pretty good.
It sounds more ethnic than I am. It sounds
if it were Barbieri, it'd be better. But
yeah?
It's Barberi.
It's funny because for the longest time people were, you changed your name? What? What's wrong with you?
Changed your name.
But now I'm not that freaked out by it as much anymore. As a matter of fact, I encourage more people to change their names. I think that if you're unhappy with your name, go ahead and change it. Have it legally changed.
I think you should not name your children at all. You should just let them name themselves when they turn. As a matter of fact, I think you should let them name themselves whenever they want to. So at first you're just baby, or thing 1 and thing 2 and thing 3. And then when you're old enough, maybe when you're 5 or something like that, you say, what do you want your name to be? And you say, Truck. I want my name to be Truck.
I was gonna
you say, okay, you're Truck.
Do you know how many Batmans there would be?
Yeah, Batman would be but then you get a little older. You get to be 8 or 10 or something like that, and you realize, oh, Truck is a dumb name. Why did I call myself Truck? I'm going to change it to Boss. Or maybe I'll change it to what my dad always calls me, S-head.
But it is weird that we pick names for people before we even know what sort of person they are. Like the name, it would make sense to kind of get to know the person before you pick the name, because it doesn't always fit.
Let's all think back to Jungle to Jungle really quick, where they let him choose, the little kid choose his name, where it becomes Mimi Siku, and it translates to cat piss.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You've never seen Jungle to Jungle? It's a good movie.
Katie,
I'm so let down by you, Bill, right now.
I haven't ever seen Jungle, the Jungle.
Jungle to Jungle.
Jungle to I've never even heard of Jungle to Jungle.
The fact that you could say that sentence with a straight name, Katie, says a lot to me.
Yeah.
It's
You've
Andy's-
never seen Jungle to Jungle, Bill?
It's one of Andy's favorite movies.
I-
We watch it all the time.
You guys are made for each other.
Oh, I know why. I know why you haven't seen it. It's a Tim Allen movie, Bill.
Yeah.
That's why
Yeah.
you haven't seen it.
Tim Allen, one of my least favorite people on the earth.
Exactly.
That's why
So,
you haven't seen it.
But yeah,
So, but I
that-
mean, let people choose their own
I was
names.
going to say, Tiffany in the chat room puts it perfectly. Normalized name change. It should not be a thing. It'd be,
Absolutely.
well, I changed my name to this. Okay, great. You're now this.
Call
No,
me this now.
It should have to be. I mean, just to avoid kind of all kinds of confusion, there should have to be some sort of not terribly difficult, but some process that you have to go through to do it, so that it's it appears on all the records and things that you need it to appear on. But it should, like all of your previous names, should also appear. Formerly known as Truck.
That's what happens in a credit check. All that comes
Yeah.
out.
Batman, formerly known as Batman. But I think that you should. But I was going to say, Gina, the reason we do it, we assign names. It's hopefulness. so we assign. Carrie's parents decided to name him Cary after Cary Grant because they liked Cary Grant. His mother, was it your mother who, I would assume?
It was this simple. I have an older brother named Kevin. All right. And they said, well, we need a name for this one. And
For this
Mom liked Cary Grant, but then somebody had the idea, says, well, it should be Kerry, so it's like his brother Kevin with a K. I'm like, really? Really?
Yeah.
Ugh.
So at any rate, but there was I think there's also some hope that they would become like Cary Grant.
Mm-hmm.
You give a person a name, it's a hopeful kind of thing.
Yeah.
You give them that name, and you hope that they sort of conform to your vision of that name, and it very rarely happens.
Yeah. Like Nicolas Cage's kid, Kal-El.
Yeah.
He's no Superman.
Now, whoever named The Rock, whoever named him The Rock, they were correct in doing that, because he did turn out to be like a rock.
Well, that's not his real name, Bill.
Oh, it isn't?
No, it's not his.
Oh.
No, they aimed really low.
Such a
It's
fool.
Dwayne.
Dwayne.
They
he's
aimed
no
really
Dwayne.
low. Yeah, that's Dwayne is aiming low. It says lower your expectations. We're naming you Dwayne.
Yeah, he did not turn out to be a Dwayne.
That's
did
my
he?
sign off, by the way.
I think we want you to be a hateful person. We're going to name you Craig.
Yeah, we're gonna name you Spirit, but we thought that would give you too much self-esteem, and we don't want to do that to you. So instead, you're Blaine.
Blaine. Blaine's a good solid name, isn't it?
No,
Blair.
That's the best line, by the way, in Pretty in Pink.
Huh?
So there's Molly Ringwald and her best friend Ducky, and she doesn't want to tell him who she's going out on a date with, and then she finally admits, well, it's Blaine, and Ducky's like, Blaine? You're going out with someone named Blaine?
That's the best line? Well, that's
That's
a
the
really
best
quality
line.
writing, that is.
Blaine? You shouldn't want to go out with somebody named Blaine.
Would you want to go out with somebody named Ducky?
Well, Ducky's a friend. Ducky's a good friend name, not a dating name. You don't want to date someone named Ducky.
I think
No.
Ducky would rather it be something else, though.
I think you date a Ducky, but you marry a Blaine.
Probably.
All right.
Well, Blaine clearly has more money.
We got it's a boner fight coming up to determine boner of the day. Stand by, along with a reasonable amount of news. After these, Volkswagen Southtown is the website to go to, Gina.
VW Southtown. Yeah, I was out there yesterday picking up, turning in the Jetta that Festus and I have been driving, and I picked up a Passat, which is fun to say. They're similar to the Jetta, but they're a little beefier, little bigger car, a little more to it. very fun to drive. And I drove it around on the freeway yesterday just to reacquaint myself with the Passat, and I like it. And you could go test drive one too at Volkswagen Southtown. They're just off 106 South on the west side of I-15. And you should, because they've got some great deals going on, and I don't know how much longer they're going to keep these. 0% for 6 years, 0 payments till 2021, and 0 driving expenses for the rest of the year. Buy a new car now at Volkswagen Southtown. You don't have to worry about your car payment, insurance, maintenance, even gas for the rest of the year, plus get as low as 0% APR for 6 years at Volkswagen Southtown.
My goatee.
Don't. Look
Well,
stupid.
I'm not going to. You, however, Gina, should.
Dye my goatee?
I think
Is
so.
it
yeah.
embarrassing?
It is. It's getting to be embarrassing.
People are talking.
You dye your hair and you dye your eyebrows, but you just let your nose hairs and your goatee go. And when you have gray nose hairs and a gray goatee,
I've been nose waxing. I've been going to your nose
You
wax
have?
place. Yes. What do you can't tell?
no, I don't make a habit of looking up your nostrils.
Good, I'm glad.
I looked up your old address one time, but I didn't. But I've never looked up your nostrils. Why do you go more than? I mean, I go once every 3 months or
They
something.
call me, don't they call you? It's been about a month since you've been in.
No.
Got to get on that frequent waxer program.
There's a punch card.
Have you had Jules do it?
No, because the first time I went to somebody else, and so now I'm on.
Well, see,
her.
I think Jules is kind of she's kind of a hippie or something.
She's a free spirit.
She doesn't. She does. She said. I think she said one time she'd call me, and then she never does.
No. This girl's like, Valentine's Day's coming up. You might want to get your nose waxed before Valentine's, because that's what you do before.
See, you haven't noticed. You haven't noticed any hairs hanging out my nose.
Well, it's hard because you've got a mustache, so it's hard to tell where the nose hairs begin and the.
So until it becomes really obvious, I don't have anything. I don't have any need to do it.
What's gross is when it is really obvious, even when you have a mustache. The nose hairs. Because I think some people think, well, I don't need to take care of that.
And it's usually just one rogue hair I'll notice. I'll go, wait a minute.
Ah.
Oh, my God.
That's why I keep tweezers in the car. Best light. Best place to do that.
In the car?
In the car with your
Yeah,
visor down in the mirror.
whatever.
The light's great. You can get right up in there.
You might try concentrating on the driving
Well,
part
I'm
of
not
it.
doing it while I'm driving.
What do you?
If you see me in a parking lot, I'm probably plucking a hair out of somewhere.
I'd better pull over and pluck a hair out of something.
You've never looked in that mirror in the bright sunlight and gone, "Oh, I didn't know I had hair there."
Yeah, well, I have, but I can't.
Tweezers in
but,
your car.
But it's only when I'm standing on the seat. That's the only time I've ever
Standing on the
noticed. It's when I'm standing on the seat and bending over to reach something. I didn't know I had hair there.
Wait a minute.
Somebody get me some tweezers and a long arm. So anyway, I guess we ought to start the show.
Thank you.
Ow! I don't tweeze the hairs in my nose because it brings a tear to my eye.
Oh.
Every time I do it, it's like you pull it, and doesn't it do that to you?
Sure.
Doesn't it make your eye go blink? And
That's how I can get away with seeing Chappie in the theaters, because the robot's going to die at some point. Okay, it is 9:21. We do have a boner fight to determine boner of the day coming up here in about 7 minutes. And then shortly after that, Dr. Angela Dunn, the state's epidemiologist, will be here to talk to us about the latest. So before that, we have a reasonable amount of news brought to you by
Wing Wednesday at Diversion Eatery. Get 5 wings for $3.75 with your choice of buffalo, barbecue, garlic, jalapeno, chili, sriracha, located at 535 North 3rd West. See menu at diversioneatery.com.
Great. Expressing some deep skepticism, a federal judge upended a $25 million proposed civil settlement between Harvey Weinstein, his former film company, and dozens of women who have accused him of sexual harassment and abuse. In a scathing 18-minute phone hearing, Judge Alvin K. Hellerstein of the Southern District of New York picked apart the class action lawsuit at the heart of the deal, suggesting it was misconceived. He asked why the women were not pursuing individual cases, given how much their allegations varied in severity, and whether the group met the definition of a legal class at all. What is there to make me believe that a person who just met Harvey Weinstein has the same claim as a person who was raped by Harvey Weinstein, the judge said. He went on to question how the women's allegations would be evaluated and how would the money be allocated among them, and called an additional $12 million that would have gone toward legal fees for Mr. Weinstein and his former company directors obnoxious. He criticized Beth Fagan, the lead counsel for the plaintiffs in the class action case, saying she wasted time with settlements and attempts to create a class that doesn't exist. By the end of the call, the judge had denied a motion for preliminary approval of the agreement, in essence scuttling the deal. His decision renewed a lingering question. Will the nearly 100 women who have come forward with allegations of sexual abuse in one form or another by Mr. Weinstein, now a convicted rapist, see any restitution at all? The proposed settlement, and now the judge's rejection, has left Mr. Weinstein's alleged victims divided between those who support the deal, calling it flawed but necessary, and there are those who opposed it as well. It felt like a huge setback, said one of the lead plaintiffs. The whole point of me doing this was to represent a class of 100-plus women and many more who haven't spoken out. It's about survivors joining forces. She said, now the judge has separated us again. So there are things getting more expensive because of the pandemic, and there are things that are getting cheaper. Stay-at-home orders and restaurant closures have prompted more people to eat at home in recent months. And as a result, the cost of food at home went up 0.7% in June from the previous month, according to seasonally adjusted data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. While the increase eased slightly from a 1% rise in May from April, individual food items and some pretty wild swings. Here's what got more and less expensive in June. Prices went up on beef and veal, pork, bacon, hot dog meat.
All of Gina's food groups
got more expensive. Frozen fish and seafood got more expensive. Americans also paid more for sweets. Cakes,
what did I pay less
and
for?
Cookies. For fresh cakes and cupcakes, the price went up. Fresh donuts, the price went up. Flour, the cost of flour. Coffee, all of those things got more expensive. Fresh vegetables got more expensive. Breakfast cereal got more expensive. So what went down? The prices. What did the prices go down? Speculations? Anybody?
Prices went down.
Gas. No.
Well, yeah, it did, but we're talking food items.
Groceries exclusive. Okay.
Groceries.
I'm going to say squash.
Number one, squash.
Well, you're not far. Persimmons were.
Persimmons?
The price of
Okay.
persimmons went down quite a bit.
All right.
The cost of eggs and dairy declined.
Oh, really? Oh, that's
butter,
right. Yeah. Okay.
Butter and milk. Apples got less expensive. Although dessert costs were up, the prices of sugar and sugar substitutes went down. And some prices just stayed flat. Chicken, poultry prices remained basically steady, and rice and cheese got cheaper. The banks, the big banks in the country, they're not dummies. They are stockpiling money. Big banks, the nation's biggest banks, revealed that they have set aside billions of dollars to cover potential losses on loans, signaling that they don't expect consumers and corporations to be able to pay their debts in the coming months as the pandemic continues to gut employment and commerce. Collectively, J.P. Morgan Chase, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo have put aside $25 billion just during the second quarter, they said. As a result, their quarterly profits plunged. This was Wells Fargo's first quarterly loss since 2008. Bank executives said government aid had so far cushioned the economy, the economic fallout from the coronavirus pandemic, which sent millions of workers home beginning in March. But that's not going to last, they said, so they're stockpiling money. Utah nursing homes are having a really, really rough time. Nursing homes in general all over the country are having a horrible time. Nursing homes, rehabilitation centers, homes for the disabled, assisted living communities, all of that, they are getting hit with the coronavirus terribly, and this is causing a lot of financial stress as well on those facilities and the people who need them.
Well, they have no leadership because they're federally regulated.
Yeah. And finally this, one quick one. White Castle is testing out a new robot for the kitchen which will cut down on human contact with food. It's a robot which will flip the hamburgers. It's called Flippy.
Did the internet name it?
They've named him Flippy.
Flippy McFlipper?
Flippy McFlipface?
No, White Castle will deploy Flippy, a hamburger flipping robot, later this year. The company who makes them named him Flippy because he flips things.
Oh, boy. They just didn't even try.
No.
It's Bonerfied with Radio from Hell on X96.
This is the winner from round one. So we had a total of 6 boner candidates today, and these two were the cream of the crop, the creme de la creme, or the bottom of the pile, however you choose to look at it. In the 7 o'clock hour, the boner winner was "That can isn't the only thing that's full of beans." Ivanka Trump holding up a can of Goya black beans on Twitter and saying, if it's Goya, it has to be good. This in response to the president, the CEO of Goya Foods, talking about what a great president Trump is.
And her doing it, and Trump this morning doing it, it's a violation of the Hatch Act.
Yeah, it's not the ethical thing you should be doing.
No.
And that goes up against boner candidate number 2, which is in the Trump White House, we don't care much for smart people. A Trump aide posting a cartoon mocking Dr. Anthony Fauci, even as the White House denies trying to undermine Dr. Fauci. It's number 2.
You've got to decide of these 2 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be boner of the day for today, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit, that number is all we need in the message of a text. Then you text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, July 15, 2020. I'm pretty sure once you go to x96.com, you won't see that box, but I'm pretty sure if you refresh, it will appear, and you'll be able to vote. You have until the end of these messages to do it. And then after that, we got state epidemiologist, Dr. Angela Dunn will be here, and we'll talk to you if you'd like. Let's get a winner for Boner of the Day after these, X96.
we've tried the. So we started with the cappuccino flavored Lay's potato chips,
Which didn't knock us out, but we didn't hate, except for Gina. She
I
hated
hated
them.
Now
And the wasabi.
Now they've had 4 new flavors, and people want to call them both. Wasabi. Bill tried the wasabi as well. Bill Frost.
Yep. Not hot. Good. Not hot.
Yeah.
They're not hot.
Now,
tasty.
But they're flavorful.
Now I've got the bag of cheddar bacon mac and cheese here, and Gina said of the wasabi, "Oh, you got your winner right here." My guess is she won't even try the bacon mac and cheese.
Yeah, I'm sure there's not actual cheese in it.
No, there is. There is. I read the ingredients. There's like cheese powder or something. This is your winner. She won't even try them. No.
I thought you didn't like cheese not because of the flavor, but because it's cheese. And this is
it's a principle. No, I'm not gonna.
and this is far enough
You're
removed
gonna love it. You're
from
gonna love it.
from cheese
do it.
that
She has standards and principles.
I have totally arbitrary rules.
That's exactly. I think that's your winner.
Now there's one more there. What's
Yeah.
that one?
Mango salsa.
Which
Those are-
somebody in the chat room said tasted like potpourri.
Right.
this isn't bad.
Yeah.
Maybe it actually is potpourri.
Although if you eat a few of those, the bacon mac and cheese, they get kind of too salty.
They're not bad.
And here's the wavy mango salsa.
Wavy mango salsa.
Wavy because
I like the idea of mango
Yeah.
salsa.
No?
No good.
Potpourri? Too sweet?
yeah,
Let's see.
too artificial.
Am I right then, without even tasting the bacon mac and cheese, that the wasabi is the best?
No, the bacon mac and cheese is better.
Well, I think your winner is the bacon mac and cheese, because mainstream America will love that flavor.
Let me see the wasabi again.
No.
Yeah,
You
potpourri.
love those.
I bought them. What do you
Potpourri.
mean no?
Yeah, mango salsa is a hard sell.
Yeah, that's no good. I don't like it.
You can put it on the back of your toilet tank.
Why would you?
Yeah. Out of all of them, I would say the wasabi is the best flavor, but the winner is the bacon mac and cheese. America will vote for that one.
Oh, yeah.
By the
Mango
way-
salsa's weird.
Yeah. By the way, you notice I'm sharing all of my chips. Girl who wouldn't give me a cookie last week.
4 cookies made for me with my name on them. A gift.
Yeah.
Was
Yes.
it 4 cookies that
Yes.
spelled out Gina?
No, but my name was written on the box.
Yeah. I know.
It's different than you buying 4 bags of chips.
It's
not the same thing at all.
I know. It would have been
You
a
could
gift.
replace these chips at any moment
It would have
several
been
times
It
over.
would have been a gift from your heart, which you were unwilling to make to someone who argued for equal wages for you.
You can't drag that out.
Yeah, why not?
It was proposed.
I can't even finish this one mango
They're
salsa.
terrible.
Yeah, they're not good.
Actually, I like the wasabi okay. I like the bacon mac and cheese best.
I had high hopes for the mango salsa one. If it actually tasted like mango salsa.
Too much mango, not enough salsa. That's the problem.
In a
You
couple
got
of
your percentages off.
In a couple of seconds, I'm going to try one of those dog biscuits. that you
They're
put
very
out
good.
for Ripley.
They're peanut butter. A 9:36, time to award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by spaghetti limon and shrimp.
All right.
And just like Todd was saying, it's Wing Wednesday at Diversion Eatery. Get 5 wings for $3.75. Your choice of buffalo, barbecue, garlic jalapeno, or chili sriracha. 535 North 3rd West. See menu at diversioneatery.com.
Owner candidate number 1 was... That can isn't the only thing that's full of beans. So is Ivanka Trump. holding up a can of Goya black beans on Twitter after liberals calling for a boycott because the CEO of Goya said Donald Trump is the greatest president we have right now. He's the greatest president we have. Boner candidate number 2. In the Trump administration, or in the Trump White House, we don't care much for smart people. An aide posting a cartoon mocking Dr. Anthony Fauci. And the winner, going away. Boner candidate number 2. In the Trump White House, we don't care much for smart people.
All right, that's your boner of the day for today, July 15, 2020. Now qualified to be boner of the week. That'll be decided on Friday at about this time. Dr. Angela Dunn is on the phone.
Dr. Dunn, how are you?
Hi.
Hi, good morning.
You know, my first question for you, Dr. Angela Dunn, state epidemiologist, is where did you get that really cool Anthony Fauci bobblehead?
From a coworker. So I think you can order them online, but they're probably sold out at this point.
Yeah. It's it's. I don't generally like things like that, a bobblehead, but because they exaggerate the features and stuff usually. But it's a very handsome bobblehead of Dr. Anthony Fauci.
Yeah, that wasn't my first impression, but sure, I'll take it.
So here we are. Why don't you give us your best assessment, if you would, Dr. Dunn, about where we stand here in the state of Utah right now, and then maybe let's compare it to how we stand in the rest of the country?
Sure. So we are right now kind of seeing the cases that would have happened over 4th of July weekend. And I have to say, I'm actually cautiously optimistic about what we're seeing. We're definitely not seeing this surge in cases similar to what we saw after Memorial Day. We're still averaging around 400 to 500 cases a day, but not nearly the 800 cases that we were expecting. So I am really optimistic that we have an opportunity right now as Utahns to force this curve into a decrease if we keep physical distancing and wearing masks whenever we're in public. I think together we can really get this into a decline and get our schools to open as safely as possible in the fall.
We will be less likely to catch coronavirus if we simply wear masks.
Yeah, that is part of it. And the other piece that's huge is that the more people that wear masks, the less spread there is of coronavirus. It's just so simple. And in some countries, it's decreased the transmission rate by up to 80%. I mean, we're talking going to, less than a 1 transmission rate in a month. And that would be huge for us. I mean, think about all the parents scared about sending their kids to school or the restaurants and bars that need to open. Wearing masks will help us do that safely and quickly.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about school, because I know you're a parent. I know a lot of people are nervous about that. And different school districts are handling it differently. If you're a parent trying to decide whether you should keep your kids home or send them, what are some things you should think about there? Because I'm going through this myself. I'm not sure what I want to do.
Yeah, so much of it depends on where you live and your own home situation. First, I think understanding the risk that your kid has for their own health. Do they have underlying medical conditions? The CDC put out a list on their website of conditions that make kids at greater risk for severe disease. And then take a look at who's in your household. Do you have anyone in your household that, if the child did become sick, that person in the household is at high risk for severe disease? Mm-hmm. And then, of course, work is a huge piece of this. And then also your school's plans. Are you comfortable with them? We know that face masks are going to be mandated. So the best thing parents can do right now is start wearing face masks themselves and help the kids feel comfortable wearing masks every day so that when they get to school, they're already used to it. And then I would say the other important thing for parents to do out there is definitely this is not the time to send your kids to school with a mild cough or runny nose. Keep them at home if they have any illness at all, and that'll keep the community safe.
Is there we still hear people talking from time to time about herd immunity. Is that even possible at all?
Yeah, so again, what herd immunity means is that enough people in a community are immune to the virus such that we won't have large outbreaks. And that's around 70 to 80% of the population needing to be immune. And immunity comes from either a vaccine or getting sick themselves. And right now, we don't even understand what immunity means from coronavirus. How long does immunity last after someone's recovered? So it is a thing, but it is definitely something in the future. We're hopeful that a vaccine will come around in the fall and be able for mass delivery in the spring. But until we get to that point, it's all about protecting ourselves and our community with, physical distancing and mask wearing.
Mm-hmm. I saw you post something about you apparently you like to go out hiking a lot, which I applaud, and you're out on hiking trails, and you're talking about mask etiquette on hiking trails. Would you elaborate on that a little bit?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, there's a lot we still don't know about coronavirus, and we need to start as a community normalizing face masks when we're in close proximity with other people, regardless of the situation. We just need to get used to that. So when I'm out on a trail running, I wear a gaiter, and when I come up next to someone on a single track, right, you're going to be within 12 inches of them on some of these narrow trails. I just simply pull it up over my face and pass them, and then pull it down when they're a distance away. And I think that helps everybody on the trail feel comfortable and safe and able to enjoy the great outdoors, while also, decreasing any risk of COVID-19 spread while we're out there.
That was a very attractive neck gaiter that you had there, too. Can you tell people where you can find those? That's very nice.
Thanks. I actually have no idea what brand that is or where I got it, but they're pretty ubiquitous, at all sporting goods stores or REI. They're just a simple cotton mask, similar to what other face masks are made out of. But they're easier on the trail for me to just pull up and down.
Mm-hmm.
And, another thing, when it's really hot out, I put ice in that, and it keeps me cool.
There you go.
Another tip.
Brilliant idea.
Yeah, they have kid-sized ones, too. When we went camping up in Glacier, I got 2 for my kids' neck gaiter. They were great while we're out hiking or boating because, they're not a mask that's just hanging on your face. They can just have it around their neck and pull it up when they need it. So they have kid-sized ones.
Yeah, I had some buffs, and I tried using those for a little while, but they're too tight. The buffs that you put on your head, but they're kind of too tight, I think, for that. They have to be a little bit loose-fitting and then conform to your face when you pull them up, right?
Yeah, there's definitely different styles and sizes out there. And, to Gina's point, my kids tolerate the buff or the gaiter a lot more than a mask. So it's a good thing to have options out there for everybody.
Would that be a way to go if your kids don't like masks, maybe?
Yeah, sure. I think it's worth a shot. My 8-year-old wears that more regularly than a mask, but my 3.5-year-old loves his Superman and Spider-Man masks. So there's something out there for everyone.
Seriously, it's a great little incentive to get your kids to wear masks. Have these Marvel Comics ones or whatever they are.
And it's like years ago, it used to be like there was a stigma against wearing glasses. If you wore glasses, that was just the worst thing. I remember when I first got my glasses, it was horrible. Nobody wanted to wear glasses. And then somewhere along the line, it's become okay to wear glasses and even cool to wear glasses. So let's do the same thing with masks and neck gaiters and stuff.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Dunn.
Thanks, Dr. Dunn.
Sure. Thanks for letting me listen.
All right.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Talk to you again, hopefully. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back and crawl toward the exits, finish this thing up after these. Zero Res. It's all about keeping it clean.
Everybody's talking about clean. Grocery stores, hardware stores. But, Zero Res has been living the clean dream for 15 years now here in the Valley. Zero Res Carpet Cleaning. They are the area leader in clean carpets for your home or your office, and they have been for years. With Zero Res, you get clean carpets that dry fast because they don't use any awful chemicals or detergents or anything like that. And they have thousands of reviews on Google that get at least a 4.8 rating. They are the highest rated, most trusted Zero Res. So if you want to schedule a carpet cleaning today, it's just $33 per room. And when you mention Radio from Hell, make sure you do that. Radio from Hell sent me. You'll get the 4th room cleaned for free. A clean home is a healthy home. call 801-288-9376. That's 2880, or search for Zero Res Carpet Cleaning online.
So we're in the back porch and look over, and Bri says, I just saw a critter. Was not specific because he knows how she feels. And that was that. So Sunday morning we wake up. Morning's going fine. Everything's good. Making coffee, the whole thing. And then I hear Sue screaming.
Oh, jeez. Uh-oh.
And I come into the kitchen and she's looking out the back window. And I run to the window to see my two dogs in a tug-of-war.
Really?
With a rat.
Was it still alive?
The rat was wounded.
Oh.
So I go running out there, and it's like, get inside, get inside, get inside. And
So we got a couple of little ratters.
So we close the doggy door. Sue immediately brushes their teeth and cleans their faces.
Yeah.
So she can, get loves. And so I'm now rat patrol. So the rat's lying there, and it's wounded. And and I'm like, it's still alive. But I look at it, and it looks pretty bad. So I figure I'll leave it alone for a half hour, and it'll die. And then I'll, get a sack and pick it up. Go back out a half hour later. It's actually looking a little better. Wow. It's rolled over on its belly. It's still not walking because I think its legs are broken.
Oh, God.
Oh, jeez.
And
I feel bad for the poor rat.
I do too, and then I'm like, I'm going to have to dispatch the rat, aren't I? I'm going to have to, because it's in pain, it's suffering.
Go get your gun.
So
or just wait for 4 turtles to show up.
Yeah. So I went and I got my Daisy Red Ryder BB gun.
Oh, shoot your eye out.
Well, I cocked it and put it right to its head. I had to dispatch the rat. And even then, I couldn't pick it up right away. I'm going to let it. I'll be back in a bit. And so I come back like 20 minutes later, and it was starting to stiffen up already. That was pretty fast.
Oh, yeah.
But end of the story is Sue is putting our house up for sale. And
Truly? Some people would.
What she doesn't know is that I've been keeping this secret from her ever since we moved there. I mean, it is the mountain. It's happening. Now, our Artie, our original dog, was never curious about exploring the backyard. He wasn't interested in getting into the shrubs or the trees or anything, so I was able to put, traps out there and I took care of the rat problem for quite a while. But now I have curious dogs, and I can't do that because Ripley will...
They'll get in the trap.
Ripley will find the trap, and so I don't need that. But, yeah, Hudson was high on adrenaline for the rest of the... rest of the day.
Killer.
Oh, he just did that. That stirred something in him.
You should have seen my cat with a beetle yesterday. Man, did that cat go to town? A killer. Little beetle.
Okay, 9:51 right now.
Oh, you know what? We were talking about things that it costs more or less. Because in the Corona pandemic, record high sales for guns and alcohol. Record highs.
Yeah.
Supplies, Bill. We call those supplies around here.
Guns and alcohol, you bet. I think, Carrie, we just opened our store at the wrong time.
We really did.
Years ago, Carrie and I had a store that we ran called Carrie and Bill's Guns and Alcohol and Color TVs. And
because the three just go together.
They do.
Liquor, guns, color TVs.
Yeah.
It was ahead of its time. That was the thing.
Yeah, liquor and guns and color. People say, why color TVs? Why do you have color TVs? We say, well, because so you buy some liquor, you buy a gun, you go home, you get liquored up, and you buy the color TV. And they were inexpensive color TVs.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go home and you get liquored up and you shoot the color TV.
And then you got to buy another TV
Yeah.
because you shoot it.
You go back for more liquor, you go back for another gun and another color TV.
They were affordable. They were the Vizios, you know.
Yeah. Yeah,
we didn't
really.
we didn't make you go Sony or, Samsung or anything like that. We did Vizio.
We'd occasionally get complaints. People mostly liked the store when they found out about it. So they come in for liquor and guns and a color TV, but we'd get complaints when they'd say, what, you haven't gotten any chewing tobacco?
No.
No, we
What do you
don't
think
carry
we are?
chewing tobacco.
What do you think we are? Some kind of
dangerous.
what do you think we are, monsters?
Yeah.
I'm in the market for a new color TV. I haven't bought a new TV in like 10 years.
You ought to come over and take a look at mine.
I got a Samsung flat panel TV at Costco a few years ago, and it's just been great.
It's
been
happy
a
with that?
great. Never had a single problem with it. It's a great TV, good picture. I didn't get the biggest thing you could get, but you can get huge ones at Costco.
Yeah, like the TV that Mohammed plays his video games on is like almost twice as old as he is.
It's a Philco.
And then the
It's a
TV we
Dumont.
have in the family room we've had for like 12 years or so. I mean, it's
Does it
time
still
to get.
work?
Yeah.
Does it
but-
still look good?
I mean, how long do TVs last? I don't know.
They last until they stop working.
Well, see, I'm nesting because I'm getting ready for the winter, and I want everything to work, and I don't want to.
But what do you need?
I don't want to be stuck in the depths of winter with a broken TV, and then I have to have a man come into the house to set it up for me.
Boy,
I
you got
want
a
it
point.
done now.
You got a point.
Wait, you have a man in your house?
No,
you know how
like
easy it is to set up a TV?
no, but like to hook it up to the cable and everything, you got to have a man come in and do that.
No, you don't. So you already have a TV hooked up to a cable. It's a simple matter to unscrew the cable and take the TV away and put in another TV.
No, because there's like stuff attached to it. There's like other
Yes, you
things.
You
There's-
remember where it goes?
It's complicated. It's not just one thing. There's other things.
I agree that sometimes things can get pretty complicated. That's not one of them.
I don't know. I just have my wife do it.
Yeah, see, there you go. Me too.
Yeah.
My wife can set up a TV and nothing flat. And
Like that?
And you know what? She can also lift you off the ground. She can pick you up. She'll pick
Troy-
you up. If you meet my wife and you say, "Can you pick me up?" She said, "Yeah, I'll pick you up." She can pick you up.
She just carries you around the house sometimes, doesn't she?
I ask her to pick me up. She says, "I'm gonna pick you up right now," and she does.
She's sturdy.
She is. What are you gonna do, honey? Honey, would you pick me up? Yeah, I'll pick you up right now. She'll say. It's like a challenge for her. If I know that if she's feeling down or has a headache or something, I can perk her right up by saying, "Honey, you want to pick me up? Can you pick me up?" Yeah, I can pick you up.
Her perfect pick me up is to pick you up.
Exactly.
Let's see. Sue says, I'm nesting too. I'm buying a new vacuum.
See?
Well, that's kind of busy nesting, isn't it?
Also, she points out that because we're we're redoing our security system up here. We're putting in new stuff, and I pointed out to her, isn't it ironic that we're doing this, but we're never leaving the house?
Yeah, it's not like you have to protect the house
for
from
the longest time.
Well, we're doing the same thing, but we're the kind of security system we're putting in. We don't leave the house either, but at the touch of a button, barbed wire fences can go up immediately around the property.
That's
actually
what I want.
handy in your neighborhood.
With razor wire on top.
I want that.
Yeah, we have yet to set the alarm system on away.
You know,
because that means there's no movement in the house.
We're building turrets that automatically will have guns come out of the turrets.
Nice.
On the house.
Oh, you need it. All right, let's do the promo and get out of here.
Oh, hold please.
You
Holding.
ready?
I had the thing we're doing after this thing ready to go, rather than the thing we need to do right now.
Standing by.
Here we
Standing
go.
by.
Friday is nearly upon us, but first, tune into Thursday's Radio from Hell show.
Well, of course, Beat Gina is happening at 7 a.m., and if you enjoy witchy movies, be ready to call in at 7 to battle Gina.
And I want you to patronize a local restaurant or business rather than offer up a prize, so do that.
Sean Means will be along as well. We'll have a movie review at about 8 o'clock from Sean Means.
So start your Thursday morning with Radio from Hell on X96.
Booyah.
All right. I think that's it. We get all business in?
Yeah.
Gave away everything? All right.
Well, looks like the guys are digging the moat.
Good. Fine job, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Lower your expectations. Name your baby Dwayne.
Corey is next.